One sec. Our mic's already up, guys. So hello, everybody. Just give me a minute to get all the other stuff started, too. There we go. Go live. I think we're live across the board, right? Usually I'll put that in at the end, like I'll do that, but I'm like becoming less formal because I care less. I'm just like enter screen, right? There we go. Anyway, we're live, everybody. Hello. What's up? We're mid-conversation here. We're talking about wine and food and proper dieting and health. And I just left off on a strange cliffhanger, which I'll elaborate on. But I was just saying, I reached a point during the time of playing this game where I just thought, I hate all of humanity. And it should all just burn. And that might sound harsh.
Where'd that come from? I'm trying to figure that.
But then I realized, you know what it is? It has nothing to do with that. I've just grown in irritation for people that are younger than me. And I hate to sound old saying it, but it's that I was looking in the wrong place. It had nothing to do with humanity. I just started realizing my tolerance for people below my age demographic has gone drastically down. And I feel bad. But that's essentially what wound up happening. Is that Gemma over there? Oh, I thought Gemma's over there. Look, it's a celebrity. Even if it's one that complains, it's still a celebrity, right?
If you want to call it that.
I like that. Oh, this is him right here, right? Is Gemma? Oh, I don't know. It says Gamma, but I don't see any thong or badunkadunk.
Oh, is
don't
he on?
do that, because when you did that, I thought of Missy Elliott, and I don't want to associate the two.
What? What's wrong with Missy Elliott?
Nothing. I love Missy Elliott. She's awesome.
Humanity,
as a matter of fact, this is for you. You guys probably couldn't hear it because I have the system off, but I put the from Missy Elliott button. We have one of those. Yes,
I love that song.
We have a button that we press that goes just for the hell of it. But anyway, look at Gamma. I don't know if that's the actual Gamma. Could other people be named Gamma here? Maybe, right?
Nah, I don't think so.
Even if he's on a different block? Even if it's a different character?
What's the character look like?
Like a male. Are you trying to put me on the spot here? Come over to where I am. You can see the guy like.
It's just.
Oh wait, you're not in our party. You guys aren't in our party. Stasis needs to make a party.
I mean, what's the last time you went out and had s'mores and stuff like that? By a campfire. Gone fishing.
Thank you, Stasis.
Somebody the other day was trying to troll me, and they had said something I had said on the forums about Mastery 3, and then I happened to say, well, and then they go in chat. I don't know if it's come across right, but they go in chat like, oh, I'm sorry, wrong chat. And I know it was directed toward me. Then I said something because they're supposed to be like their favorite YouTuber, I guess, is supposed to be Animana. I'm gonna call him Animana. I ain't gonna call him that other thing, whatever he is. And I had said something where he's trying to change his voice to sound like a girl, but he's actually, he's actually a dude or something like that. Forgot what it was. And and then I go in the chat like wrong chat, and they got so mad it started just going off on me in town, about
Why?
Well,
I
you
even see
like
what
this and you like that, and I was like, hey, you the one that started it. I mean, pretty much don't try to dog me out because somebody is so confused about what's going on with themselves that everybody else is like wrong, or I don't know, they defensive in a sense.
Yeah,
But
but
anyway,
but
and then you talk about humanity.
yeah, but you know what?
All of that,
That's the reason. Hang out with people like Karopi. He's more of a laid back content creator. You know what I mean? He doesn't have an axe to grind or another agenda. He's just making contact. I like that guy.
Yeah.
It's a nice pose here, even though I don't know these people.
But what is content creation though? I mean, it's like,
I had this conversation on another Phantasy Star stream when you didn't know me. Some of our deepest conversations take place in Central City. But another time when I was standing in Central City, I answered that question. And I said that what upsets me about today's content creation is that some people think that content creation is just plugging in a microphone, turning on the recorder stream button, and just playing games. There's this one streamer that I seen. His name's Oblivion or something. I'm not going to give out his full name. But and he's a small-time streamer, but it's something along the lines of Oblivion. And I seen him say something about how all of his hard work he's hoping is going to pay off. And the stream doesn't have an overlay, a design, a bot, nothing. It's just him, not even a camera, and it's just him playing the game. And I'm like, what hard work, you prick? All you do is play the game. And there's streamers like that. I don't consider that content. And I'll take it a step further. In my personal opinion, and I know some will disagree with this, even people that are sitting in front of their cameras with their games playing, I don't consider that content. I consider that extra content. I actually consider what Gemma and what Karopi do, and what Cami Cakes does, and a lot of other content creators on here. I consider that content. When you actually sit and you create something that requires you to preemptively think and plan out what it is that you're going to say and do, I think that to me is real content. Like I guess I would say that's base content, and everything else that's unscripted is extra content. And that's the way that I've always handled it in my community personally, which basically means like the Monday show matters. That's a show. It's a podcast. We have to make a program. We have to have segments. There's organization that goes to it. It's on at a certain time. There's post and pre-production. That to me is substantial content. Me coming on here like this and just shooting the shit with you guys, it's content in a sense, but it's very loose content. It's really me playing a game. What bothers me personally, and again, I know this isn't a fully popular opinion, is that there are people, and it's worked for some, so God bless them, but there are people who consider content literally sitting down, playing the game, and then turning the game off. And it's kind of like, should I kiss your ass because you're able to play the same game as me? What makes you so much special than me that I should sit and kiss your ass because you're playing a video game? I could do that too. So I don't consider content something that's very easy to do or something that anyone can do. That doesn't mean I don't like streaming. I love streaming because it's a chance to talk with you guys, hang out. I consider like being at the bar. It's like the digital bar, the digital club. That's cool. I like that. I like coming out here and talking and just shooting the shit. But I feel like there should be some content, like a show, like what we do on Mondays. You know, something where it's like we're presenting something. That to me is content creation. So when I see Gemma and Karopi and these guys, it's a lot harder in my opinion to make a video that requires you to edit it and put in scenes and show things on the screen, and you know it has a beginning and an end, than to just do a stream. It takes like a finesse to be able to do that. So for me, that content is harder, and that's the reason why there's more streamers than there are content creators. Because we were podcasters first before we started streaming. Like the podcasters takes, and I'm speaking from experience too, it takes a hell of a lot more out of me to do a podcast or to do an edited video than to just come on here and just be on here for 9 hours, and then at the end when I press stop, it'll automatically appear somewhere and people have access to it. You know what I mean? And I think it was important for me to start as a podcaster and as a video creator. That way I can appreciate how much easier that it is to stream live than to have content that you create. Now, on the flip side of that, in a lot of cases, live content is way more valuable than edited content.
Live content is more valuable than edited?
In a lot of ways, yeah, because, you know, it's something that's interactive, it's happening in real time. People genuinely enjoy live stuff more, which is why sports and stuff are so successful, because it's in the moment that you're enjoying it. You know, you can always go and record it later, but it's just not the same. Like, if you watch a specific sport, if you were to tape the game, it doesn't have the same vibe to it as if you were watching, like, a live playoff or a live, you know what I mean? Like, anything like that.
But don't you, when you do live content, don't you pretty much let people inside of how you are personally? Is it more personalized content than it is live content? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
in a sense, because
let me make sure.
Go ahead.
Make sure that I say this correctly. You showing more of your personality, who you are when you're doing live content, right?
That's true, but it could also be done in tape content too. Like, for example, like on Monday content, when you look at it, it's a hybrid, because it's a taped live show, it's a tape show, and it's a live show. It's being recorded as it's going out live, and there is a planned program with a script in a sense, but our personality is still coming out because we're giving our opinions on things. If somebody did a taped content, you'd still see their personality if they allow you to. Either one has the same amount of control as far as that goes. But that's what I mean. Like, even this discussion will be considered better than just sitting and playing the game. You know what I mean? Like, this is actual content that, you know, it's like a discussion. So that's more what I go for. And I consider extra content when people are just sitting playing the game. And there's nothing wrong with either. Again, what bothers me is when I come across content creators that that's all they do is they game, and then they demand this special recognition, like if they're unique, valuable snowflakes. Like, bro, you're just playing a video game. Or what hard work? What about the rest of it? And it also, to me, it shits on people like myself and like Karopi and like Gemma, who are editing content, where it's kind of like, by people being like, hey, all my hard work, and it's just videos of them sitting and playing a video game, it makes me go, fuck you. Fuck you and your work. Because what about the rest of us that have to do, you know how hard it is to do the Monday program and to put together that kind of a show? Not everybody could do that. Everyone could play a game. So, to each his own when it comes to content, but it's just that when people try to take the light content and act like they're gods because they were able to press record and sit in front of someone, like, you have to, they're delusional. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like, it's delusional because they don't even see that they're just sitting and playing a game. They're seeing it as content. Like, what's the content? Your face? Your personality? Like, what's the fucking content? So, for me, I think that there needs to be more. You need to give more substance to content, and then it's okay to have things where you're just wandering around Central City talking shit like I am. I feel like it's a rite of passage. Doing 7+ years of a program podcast, available, by the way, cheap plug, on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, TuneIn, SoundCloud, and all the other places. After having that for 7 years, I think that's a rite of passage, to be able to come out here and say, I'm going to talk shit about things that bother me or things that make me happy. I kind of feel like I earned that through the respect of making substantial content for years and years and years, not coming on here and dicking around for a few months and then being like, my hard work. Like I said, I seen this one guy, I think he's a British guy or an Australian guy, and he's like, he started this during the pandemic, and like, he's already like, my hard work, your hard work. And all he is a streamer, and not even a good one. Yeah, Oblivy. If he even hears it, I doubt he does. I'm just talking about you. He sucks.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, yeah, there was this one content creator that somebody was saying that he stole somebody else's content or key mapping thing. Forgot what his name was. I think his name is Ginger Prime. You ever heard of him?
Who?
Ginger Prime.
I might have. I mean, I watch so much stuff on YouTube that I've probably seen some of everybody's videos.
Well, he was going after somebody else was saying that he was stealing content from other people and using it on his and claiming that it's his. And then somebody had called him out on it. And then he was talking about, well, I'm going to sue you. You know, it said this is free content. It's not really something, you know, and he was just going on about that. Has it gotten that competitive in the
for some people, yeah, oh yeah, because there is money involved, and for somebody's logic, if someone says, hey, I'm going to sue you for stealing my content, and then being like, hey, it's free content, they know the defense. That's the equivocal of like if I bootleg the latest UFC pay-per-view and then Dana White was like, I'm going to sue you, and I was like, no, because mine's free. Like, that's the point. You're stealing fake content. So I could understand that person's thing. That being said, there is a lot of plagiarism. I wouldn't call it stealing so much as plagiarizing. If you see somebody else talk about something, like if somebody makes a tip video and you make the exact same tip video with the exact same tip, then you plagiarize them. But it could be coincidental, but you would be able to tell.
But this is going to lead me into this other discussion that I was thinking about too. Okay, so should you start paying Sega to stream their content? Let me put it that way.
Well, that goes
playing the game.
That goes into the conversation that I think I had with you a few months ago. Man, let me get this guy. Who the hell is this fighting near me? It's like the damn sound's in my face while I'm trying to talk.
It's an enemy attacking us.
Just move away from this enemy. That goes into a conversation that you and I had before where we were talking about the DMCA and copyrighted music, and I was talking about how being on a stream is sort of like a place for everybody to come and hang out, and you need to ask yourself, if you had a club and we were playing music, could somebody come into the club and be like, you didn't pay the license to play the music? And to be honest, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I do know that if I was running like a pay-per-view in my club, like a boxing or UFC or something, I would literally need a physical license to have that up on the big screen. Like, I couldn't just be like, oh, let me buy the pay-per-view as a fan, and then I'm going to put it on the screen and everybody in the bar is going to be able to watch it. Like, if you're at a bar, in order for them to have that UFC pay-per-view on, they have to pay like a special license fee. And then you're going to get your money back because the people that are watching it for free are going to be ordering wings and drinks or whatever. And that's sort of what you're counting on.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I'm thinking about distribution too. So you streaming their content, so it's so you pay a licensing fee. This is like alcohol, selling alcohol. You have to have a license. You got to pay something a month or a year or whatever to just sell alcohol. Shouldn't that be the same way?
No, because like again, it goes back to the whole club thing. You're playing music that's creating atmosphere. The person can't take the atmosphere with them when they leave the club. What are they going to do? Put a tape recorder in their pocket and record the music and then go back home and listen to music in a club with crowd people and stuff? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the point being that the music makes a better comparison than the alcohol, because it's not something that they're consuming so much as something that's environmental. You know what I mean?
Well,
so it's like
the same way as bootlegging. That's bootlegging.
So that's what I'm asking you. If somebody making content should pay a license fee to the creator, then somebody having music in their club or at their party should also be classified as bootlegging. Now, I'm not saying whether I agree or don't agree. I'm just saying that that's a dangerous door to open, because then there's a lot of different things you should not be allowed to do. At the end of the day, like if I'm in a parking lot and I play my music too loud and other people use it, shouldn't I have a DMCA takedown? Because the music's loud enough that other people can experience it if they happen to come in. You see what I'm saying? It's a fine line there. Now, as far as the content creation goes, like because we're playing their game and we're making content off of it, there's fair use. There's a law called fair use. That's what a lot of content creators, including myself, use as protection, which basically means that as long as you're discussing or reviewing a product, providing commentary, criticism, or praise, then it's legal. Like, the wrestling show I do is a discussion of like if I put on a clip from the wrestling show, it's a review and it's a discussion of the results of the matches. It includes my own commentary, and it's an overall sports news show. The source of all of the news clips and the originators themselves are provided publicly, and the clips are utilized under fair use, which fair use, the exact definition is Another author may make limited use of the original author's work without asking permission. Pursuant to 17 U.S. Code 107, certain uses of copyrighted material for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research is not an infringement of copyright, and thus we're entitled to freely use portions of copyrighted material for purposes like that. So,
but as long as you give credit to the original owner, right? Am I not right?
As far as giving credit to the original owner, not necessarily. I mean, I credit the original owner in everything that I do, assuming like the sources for me would be more news source. But no, I think when it comes to gaming, it's a completely different thing. However, Nintendo is fighting that battle, and it's not working out well for them. Nintendo feels what basically they're going with that opinion. They feel that because they own the content, they go after people on YouTube all the time for streaming their games. And all they basically do is hurt themselves because they're no longer getting the free advertising for streaming. People just go, fine, then we just won't play the game anymore. Like, and that's something that each company has to decide for themselves. Do you want your community to leave your game and be like, why don't you play this game anymore? Well, I do play it, but I only play it off the air. And since I'm a streamer, that limits my time. I much rather play Bless Unleashed or freaking Black Desert Online, because those developers don't care if I stream. And if anything, they encourage it. I'm going to go play New World because Amazon tells me that New World is great and that they want me to stream it. So I'd rather play that and not have to put up with this shit. That basically dwindles your community. So it's really, at this point, if the companies want to take that route, they can. But then people like myself and Stasis and other streamers, we would just decide, you know what, there's enough games out there, then I just won't play your game anymore. Fuck your game. There's a lot of other people that will let me play without having to pay shit, and I'm going to go do that. And that's when it'll become a way more competitive market. So maybe if you're a super popular game and you don't care how many people in your community, Nintendo obviously doesn't. Nintendo's a huge company and they don't care. So they could afford to do that. If you're trying to build and grow your community, I wouldn't. A good example is Ori and the Blind Forest. Years ago, I streamed that on YouTube. I wasn't super invested in the game. It seemed like a cool game. I was on the fence about whether I wanted to play through it, but I purchased it. I went to play it, and I got a copyright strike. Not a strike, but a warning for the entire game because of the music playing in the background of the game, which I can't control. I could have fought that copyright strike. I could have won because I fight that kind of shit all the time. But you know what I did? I said, you know what? I won't play Ori anymore. Fuck Ori. The story's not sad enough. I hope he dies like his friend did at the beginning. And fuck the developers. And I never dealt with Ori again. There's a 2-hour stream on TalkBrunch of Ori, and I didn't play the game. I won't play the sequel, and I won't play the one that came after that. And I'm completely disinterested. And the entire, for me, when a game comes out when it's new, that's when it's meant to catch your interest. It's gone now. Like, my interest in Ori is gone now. It's old potato. I'm sure it was a great game. I'm sure it's good. It's a shame that the developers were pricks and didn't tighten their shit down, because now I'll never know. I have better shit to do than to fight over who owns what. If I'm going to pay for your game cash, and then you're going to pick apart the cash that I paid for your game as far as the music, the licensing. When I paid for this fucking game, I paid for the music, the licensing, and all of the other stuff to write for me to use it. If you're going to nitpick me on that, then not only won't I play your game anymore because it's free advertising. Whoever comes in that might have went, oh, this looks cool. What game is this? I might get it. They're not going to do that now. But now I'm not going to buy anymore. So they have to question whether or not my opinion and my way of dealing with things is the majority or the minority. If most people are going to go, duh, that's okay, I'll play it offline, sorry, then sure, let that be your consumer base. But as long as there's people like me who go, no, fuck you, fuck your game, and fuck your game's mother. If there's people like that, then you're going to have a problem. Because I'm not going to tolerate that. And again, I'm not saying I'm the majority or the minority. I never given enough of a shit to determine or care. But I'm just saying I could always just turn this shit off and play something else that doesn't have the same restriction. Netflix killed He-Man on the first episode. I don't pay for Netflix anymore. And if anything good comes, there's probably a bootleg alternative for me to watch it and enjoy it without needing Netflix. Same goes for Hulu. Same goes for all this shit. I give money and attention to things that earn my respect. And if it doesn't, then while everybody's busy arguing in comments about what's right and what's wrong, I'm showing my response through not supporting it, not talking about it, and not paying for it, and in some cases, bootlegging it and criticizing it. So they have to decide what kind of forces of nature there are out there that they're willing to deal with. Because there's consequences, and consequences go both ways. You could tell me not to stream your game, and I could say, well, I'm not going to play your game. And if the game's free, then sure, the game's free, but they made the choice to make it free. I'm still investing my time into it, and I'm still giving free advertising, and in some case, I still might have bought microtransactions. So in a free game like Phantasy Star, they might take that stance, and my stance might be goodbye. You know? But in a paid game, which is what Nintendo has a problem with a paid game where somebody bought your Switch, and then they bought your Zelda, and then you told them that they're not allowed to stream it, that's a huge problem to me, because with that, it's kind of like, yo, they paid their money for this. This isn't a free game. Like, I wouldn't support a company like that, and you know what? That's one of the reasons I don't have a Switch and I don't support Nintendo. I don't mind Nintendo games, but I think their business practices suck dick. And as long as they do, you won't find me with a Nintendo system, because they're not going to, after I give them money, come onto my channel and say what I can and can't use. There's absolutely no way I'm going to tolerate that shit. So, me and Nintendo, we have a mutual parting of ways. I don't badmouth them. I don't criticize them. But I'm a streamer, and I like being able to stream. If you're going to tell me to take my stream and go sit at the back of the fucking bus, I'm not going to move. So that's the way that I'm going to handle it. These corporations, on top of selling you microtransactions and all this other shit, they're now going to want to take a cut of the money that you're making from your own content? That's bullshit. Now they're just being greedy when they want to do that.
Could you imagine if musicians or anything just walked into like a grocery store and was like, I'm going to charge you money because my music is playing on the radio?
Yeah, at the local bodega or on the regular Pathmark. Yeah, I hear that song.
Or if you go into Best Buy and you're looking at TVs and there's a movie playing on it. The guy goes, give me money because you're playing my movie that's 2 years old on that TV and you're displaying it to show how good the TV looks.
Well, okay.
That would open the gate of so many new things if Nintendo got away with that.
Well, I see what you're saying, but when you look, okay, you looking at the record companies. Remember how, okay, PD, Puff Daddy or whoever it is,
right.
He sampled a lot of other artists' music and made money off of that. Now, should he give residuals to the other artists that he sampled the music of?
No, because the sampling of the music.
Go ahead.
Sampling of music goes back pretty far. I mean, Vanilla Ice sampled the beat that he used for Ice Side Baby, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, practically stole the fucking thing.
Yeah, but that wasn't his creation. He added part of it to his creation. You know what I'm saying?
Right, which is an argument, that's a court argument that's happened a long time. I don't necessarily agree with it, but yeah, in our court system, if you change enough of something, then it is it's no longer considered original. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, if you change enough of something, then it's yours. This happened with Capcom. Remember years ago that game Fighter's History? Capcom made Street Fighter, and then Data East made Fighter's History. And Fighter's History was basically Street Fighter, but they just named the characters different, gave them different moves, and Capcom took them to court. And I believe Capcom lost, didn't they? Capcom lost.
Yeah, I believe so.
The judge said, look, this is too different. This is a completely different thing. And that's the reason why you can have a Mortal Kombat and you can have a King of Fighters and you can have this and you can have that. If you change something just enough, even the names or a few things, sometimes that's enough to get away with murder.
Well, see, that's the same thing when you come into patents. You know, when you have pharmaceuticals or any type of patent, it lasts for a certain amount of time before it's released to the public, and other people can use your patent to build off of your patent to make money. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only thing I've seen with games is NDA agreements, where if they give you a review copy of the game, you have to sign like a non-disclosure agreement. You're not allowed to talk about the game until after a certain date or review it or say certain bad things, which is why a lot of the time the sponsored streams you got to be careful for, because they're limited to what they can tell you and what they can't tell you. Even in the case of New World, they've gone as far as telling people that whenever you come across a problem in that game, the licensed streamers, the sponsored streamers rather, are supposed to say that this is all going to be fixed by launch. Even if they don't know for sure, that's part of the criteria. What they sign makes them obligated to say that. So again, I've seen non-disclosure, but when it comes to games, yeah, Nintendo fights that battle all the time. Nintendo's always, we gotta do, we don't want you running our game. And what happens is now people don't stream any Nintendo games. You know, you got to decide if that's something that you want to do. A lot of musicians might think that it's free advertising if they play their song at the club. You know, and that's another thing. It depends on where you are. How many people have tried to get this song played at the club so that they could get it to be recognized? So how many indie games have become popular because somebody streamed it and then somebody else saw? Look at that game. I don't like it, but remember that game Among Us? Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that game was a couple of years old. No one noticed it, but somebody streamed it randomly, and it caught on after years old. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not like it was a new
I thought
game.
that was a brand new game.
Nope, it caught on.
That's a good example.
And that's what I mean. So it's kind of like, you know, it depends on the streamer, because there's streamers that are one-trick ponies. I hate to say, but some of the content creators that we follow on YouTube for Phantasy Star, their whole existence is based on Phantasy Star. So those people you'd have by the balls. But somebody like me, who I'm doing wrestling, I'm doing Phantasy Star, I'm doing Far Cry, I'm doing new games every week, I'm doing Halloween. Somebody like me, I would tell you to shove your game up your ass if you tried that.
Why would you say that? Why would
Because
you just respect their choice in their art?
I would respect their choice and their art. And under my breath, away from them, artistically, to myself, my artistic opinion would be that they could take their game and shove it up their ass. That doesn't mean I would tell them that, but I would just think, oh, you don't want me to stream your content. And here I was trying to figure out how I was going to be able to make it through the 6 days of scheduled streams that I have and still have time to fuck my wife. Well, now fuck you, because I have the spare time that I need. You got to remember that, man. There are streamers. We're always juggling and trying to figure out how we're going to find the time to do something. We're always trying to figure out, if I did this at this time and this at that time, when am I going to be able to do this? So if somebody, while I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to schedule all of my content and my regular life, said, hey, I don't want you to stream my game anymore, I'd be like, fuck your game.
Yeah, but are you mad because they're messing with your business? Or are you mad because they don't want,
I'm not mad at all. I'm just in fuck your game status. Like, literally, there's no anger in it. It's a release. Releasing and indifference are not anger. I would just be on fuck your game status. You know, like if I walked into a bodega and I asked for a hero or something, and the guy was like, "We don't serve your kind," I'd be like, "Fuck your store," and I'd walk on, go to another one that does it. You don't get my money, might never come back in here. If this is a small area, maybe I'll Molotov you. But if I don't think I can get away with it, I might just give you a fuck you. I'm just kidding about that. I don't want people to stop Molotoving, even though it has happened already, even in New York recently. But the point I'm making is that in a lot of these situations, when you're a streamer when you're a variety streamer, which is what our channel essentially is, you have a lot of stuff. Sometimes you have to sacrifice stuff. Like, I'm not going to be able to play this game no matter how much I like, or I'm not going to be able to do this stream. There's a podcast I really wanted to be able to do, but not this week. So for someone who you're putting on your stuff, big or small streamer, it doesn't matter your numbers, for someone who you're putting on your stuff a game, and then the creator to be like, we don't want you streaming our game, at times it's just that easy to just be like, okay. We started as a wrestling podcast. I right now don't have like an emotional attachment to doing the wrestling podcast. If something happened where it was like, well, we're not legally allowed to do wrestling podcasts anymore, they're coming after you, I'm at a point with the things I'm doing where I wouldn't even blink. It'd be like, Phantasy Star time. Time to play some PSO. Fuck you, wrestling. See you later. You know, and I know people be shocked to hear me say it. They'd be like, the wrestling guy said it, but that's just it. It's kind of like I keep my content creation and my creativity is in a constant state of flux. It's constantly moving. As a result of that, I'm not going to be anchored down by someone saying, well, legally, you're not allowed to stream games anymore because it was created by the developer. And a developer tried that recently. I forgot what developer it was, but a developer went on Twitter and put that out. He said they should be paying a license fee to us if they're playing our game. And he got so much heat and negativity for what he said. The whole internet turned on him. People went ballistic. It gets, right now,
yeah,
it gets...
that's Ginger Prime. Ginger Prime said that. That's that content creator, I think, because he had said something about that. Oh, no, but maybe it wasn't him. But
it was a game developer, though. It was like someone who developed games.
Developer. Oh, okay.
And again, my opinion, I don't have about, as far as, you know, why am I mad? I don't really get mad when it comes to this kind of stuff. I just react. There's reactions. I'm a reactor. Like, again, choosing Ori and the Blind Forest as an example. They copyrighted that because of the music in the background. If I like the game enough maybe I would have fought it or put up an argument or went back and fought the copyright. But when I'm trying to decide if I'm enjoying something or if I even give a shit about it, and then it's like, oh, you're going to copyright. It's like, no, guess what? You help my decision. I'm not attached enough to this thing that I'm not going to tell you to fuck off now.
Sounds like a sports agent. That's what a sports agent would be like. It's like making money off the athletes.
For those that are using this as a form of income, I guess you do have a point. But again, like, no, like in my opinion, do I think they should have to pay something to the game developers because they're streaming the game? No. Because that doesn't make any sense. The people watching are not playing the game. You know?
I don't know. See, I'm on the other end because you weren't asked to stream their game. And it's like,
but you bought the game. You own like if we're talking a retail game, you bought the game though. How could you buy something and then somebody? You think that people should be allowed to tell you what to do with shit you paid money for afterwards?
That's like if you bought this game and your kids and your wife are sitting down watching you play the game, and you were like, "All right, guys, fork over $20. You've been sitting there watching me play this game."
I'm not sure about that. Hold on. I think that is the way you putting it is to justify your reasoning for that. But you got to remember, you wouldn't be playing the game unless they created it. So if you think of it like that, what game are you? I mean, if they didn't make Phantasy Star or Street Fighter or
so then like if I buy an Armani suit to be on television, then because I was on television and it helped me host a show, I should have to pay the company that made the suit because I wore it on TV and other people saw it. I bought the suit. What I do with the suit afterwards is my business. Like whether I'm on TV, whether I become rich, whether I get pussy because the woman liked me in the suit, no matter what, I bought the suit. It's mine. My business with you ends when I gave you money for your thing. You're running a business that's charging suits at X amount of a price. Now I'm wearing it. You don't know, and nor do they have the right to say, well, where are you going to wear the suit? Are you going to be on television? Are you going to make money off of this? That's basically like negative towards consumerism. You know, it's like once you buy a game, you could do whatever the hell you want with it. They shouldn't be able to tell you you're not allowed to stream it. If anything, their argument needs to be with Amazon. If they want to make an argument with Amazon, you shouldn't have a platform where people are allowed to take this content and do this. That's a completely different fight, and it's more with them than anybody else. For them to come to me as a creator, and I'm using a platform that was legally given permission, that I was told, here, you're allowed to come here and play games. You can put whatever games of your choice that's encouraging that action. They can't come to me for that. They got to come to Amazon. Right now, whenever we play licensed music, the DMCA, they come for Amazon. They say, hey, you have users on here playing licensed music. When it's time to buy the licenses for the music, Facebook Gaming and Amazon have to go reach out to these record labels and get the licensing for the music. If they have a problem with copyright infringement, they reach out to Amazon and to Facebook Gaming, not us. We're in a sense the middleman. That's a business deal between them. You know? So it's like that's another way that I got to look at it.
Yeah, you're right, but that's an agreement that they made with the artist. So they took that away from the consumer in a sense, you know. So they took that responsibility. They understand that the artist needs to be paid for their work or creating the content for you. I shouldn't say for you, but for anybody that wants to benefit from it.
So you basically think that the games should be held under the same light as music, in the sense that you're not allowed to make use of it?
Well, see, I don't know. I don't know, but I'm not going to dismiss it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not dismissing it. I'm not dismissing it. I'm telling you what my preferential action would be if it happened. Like as a streamer and as a person, my action would be I don't want to deal with the bullshit, so I would just go and do other things since I have tons of options as a variety streamer. That's not what I'm saying would be right for everyone. If it's Phantasy Star, I'd probably fight it. I love Phantasy Star. It's my favorite thing. You know what I mean? It's the only thing I actually enjoy. I mean, full disclosure, out of all the stuff that we stream, a lot of it is just content. I'm at a point where I can't stand doing shit on Mondays. I cringe having to be on there talking shit about wrestling, and being a mark. You know, but it's what we're known for. But if it's something like this that I genuinely enjoy, I might fight it. This is why I would say pick your battles. Ori, I didn't give a shit about, so I didn't. But overall, like, my opinion, it's kind of tough. I'd have to really think about how I feel. Obviously, I'm on the side of the streamers where I'm like, you bought the game, you paid for the content, you should be allowed to promote and support it, you know?
What do you do when you're in the free to play game, a genre? So what do you do with that?
I mean, like I said before, it was up to the individual
Yeah, you did say that.
developer,
Okay.
whether
Yeah.
they made their game free to play or not. And then what are they going to do after that? They're going to go from stream to stream to see what people bought stuff at the stores. Hey, that's a free to game. That's how we're playing Phantasy Star. I see. Did you buy anything for Phantasy? Did you go into the AC shop? Then what are they going to do? You know, it's like they'd have to attack everything, and I think that's where it makes it complicated. They have to attack the free streamers, the paid streamers, the content creator. Like, they'd have to attack people that pay for stuff in the game. It's a rough thing, and if something like that ever did go through, it would kill the entire industry. There'd be no more streamers, and I can't say I'd be miserable about it. I don't know how I feel.
I don't know.
Because
See,
and you know what? In a way,
some of those streamers that will accept the fact that they probably would have to pay a licensing fee.
and again,
See what
that
I'm
would
saying?
right, and that would only apply. I mean, the successful ones, but then that basically funnels out anybody who doesn't have money. That you can't use this as a starting position if you're trying to take this seriously as a profession. And then I am in the middle because, like we said earlier in this conversation, the kind of content creators I don't like are content creators that just think that their content is sitting playing a game that somebody else made and getting props or benefits from it. Like, if you're just sitting playing a game, I'm not going to lie to you and say that I wouldn't take pleasure in the fact that would fuck up all of those content creators. People who just sit and play video games and do nothing else and call it content, they'd be fucked. It'd be like, yep, bye. And I'd probably do a little dance like when you get a touchdown in football. Because of that. But keep in mind that does not by any means apply to people that are creating content. People like Karopi, like Gemma, people who do podcasting like myself. It'll apply to streaming. But if they're taking the content to give you tips, which is what their bread and butter is, those 10-minute videos that tell you and explain shit to you, those you could not do that with. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. That falls under fair use, which, like I said before, it's basically without asking permission with fair use for the purposes of criticism, commentary, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research makes it not an infringement of copyrighted work, and you're entitled to freely use portions of the material for those purposes. So those people that are creating videos where they're saying, this is how you use augments, this is what I think of the new update, this is what I think, anything like that, they're completely 1,000% exempt from the legalities that we're discussing here anyway. The only people it would affect with what you're talking about are people who just have the game on and are just playing the game and are just talking while the game is played. They didn't do any edits, they didn't do any cuts. The purpose of the video isn't for them to teach anyone anything, to report anything about the game, do research or anything, or commentary or criticism on the game. It's just running in the background and they're talking about America's top idol. Those people are the only people that would affect if the laws went into that direction. The people that are actually making edited content where they're discussing things, they would still fall under fair use, which is like a law in the United States, you know? So, I mean, the only people at that point, if it was to go the way that you're saying, would literally be the people who are just gaming and seeding. And again, I'm not saying I'm for or against this, but I'm saying I haven't decided yet. And I can't say I'm completely opposed to it, though, because you have valid points on your side. I do get annoyed, not by everyone, because, again, I'm doing it right now and some people do it. But I get annoyed by the people who just do that, who just play games, don't podcast, don't actually create any videos, or do one edited video a year and go, look, we made something, and it's just the highlights from their fucking streams, which really isn't content. It's just shit. People who do that.
Yeah.
People who do that, it would affect them, and it might make them start thinking out the box and going, oh shit, I'm just some douchebag who sits in a fucking chair with a mic in front of me and a bunch of sponsorships playing fucking games on my dumb ass. It might make them go, I might need to make some substantial content for my community. I might need to put together a show. I might need to put together an opinion piece. I might need to do something that requires editing. Instead of calling themselves content creators, but just being fucks who sit in front of screens. So I'm not going to act like it wouldn't give me some sort of happiness or satisfaction to see those people, you know, those C+ content creators have to go, oh shit. You know? It might be what the world needs. You know what, man? I am curious to see what would happen if there was a law passed where you had to buy the licensing from the game. What will wind up happening, really, is the developers would then give out codes to who they want, and they would give those people permission to play the game without having to pay. And then the people that are being given the free codes would only say positive things about the game so that they could keep getting free codes, so that they could keep streaming, so that they could keep their money, so that they could keep their channel going. So now what you're going to wind up having is you're going to wind up having a biased community. You're going to wind up having a community where the people are all essentially only telling you positive things about the game. And that's what's happening right now when it comes to content creation. There's a lot of people that are sponsored streams that won't say anything negative about the game because they got the game for free. And if they were to say something negative, then the next time a game comes out, that developer is not going to provide them with a free code. And because it's a sponsored stream, they signed some sort of a freaking NDA that doesn't allow them to be negative toward the game. We're already halfway in that situation. So we'll wind up deeper in that. So in those aspects, it'll be negative, I think. But the other aspects, though, where we have people who actually, they might make them appreciate what content creation should be. For those people, I think it's good, man. I know a lot of streamers that just sit down and they're like, all right, guys, today we're going to play this. We're not playing it, you're playing it. The rest of the people are just stupid enough to sit there watching you do it while you don't provide anything of substance for them. You don't provide any brain food, any civil discourse, any good conversation. It's just you playing the game with your stupid face up there. That pisses me off. So I wouldn't mind if there was some way to crack down on that. But at the same time, people who are actually creative and have creative minds, those will be the people that get fucking hurt. There used to be communities that I was a part of where I would go into their streams and I would watch them until one day I realized, I was like, these motherfuckers don't do anything of interest. They're just playing the game like I could be doing if I wasn't here watching them do it. They don't talk about anything. Whenever you come across a streamer and they're like, we're not going to get political, we're not going to get religious, we're not going to get controversial, we're not going to talk about... Fuck off then. What am I in here for? To watch you play a game I could be playing? What am I fucking in here for? You stupid robot. You're just going to talk about nothing then. You're going to talk about the game. Then for that, bye, I'll leave and I'll go play the fucking game. We're not going to talk about anything negative. We don't want anything. Trigger warning, trigger warning. What's a trigger warning? You gotta warn people that you might say shit. Have you ever heard of this shit in this society? We have trigger warnings now?
I don't know.
You never heard about that?
I haven't come across it as that yet.
A trigger warning is essentially when you trigger somebody, that's when somebody reads or comes across something that you said that offends their specific religion or gender or whatever.
Oh,
so nowadays, if you're gonna say something controversial,
or what they say now.
Yeah, so nowadays, if you're going to say something that might offend a certain religion, gender, or whatever, or nationality, usually in the article or in the video, you'll put something on the front that says trigger warning, so that people who might be offended by this will know that it was triggered. And if you don't do that, and in the content you say something triggering, there will be people who will be like, you didn't even put a trigger warning on that. I thought I was going to be watching a Phantasy Star stream, and you started talking about snowflakes. There was no trigger warning. Fuck trigger warnings. Fuck you all and your triggers. I'm not going to warn you that you came across something that might upset you in life. That's how you're raising your kids, to teach them that instead of being strong and overcoming shit, that, oh, you didn't warn me that this might offend me. There's no trigger warning. Fuck out of here. Trigger warning.
So how do you feel about censorship then in video games?
I don't like it at all. But you know what? The only time I want a trigger warning is if somebody nearby is going to pull a trigger. Trigger warning, get down. Then I want to know. Trigger warning, oh shit, they're shooting? I'm out of here. In my generation, a trigger warning meant something different. A trigger warning in my generation meant get down, they're shooting at the park. A trigger warning nowadays is literally trigger. You might get angry because I said something about your culture. Fuck off. I wish I grew up in a generation where the trigger warning was that somebody might say something offensive to you, not that you have to duck bullets. Trigger warning. What in the realistic fuck is that supposed to be, a trigger warning?
It's control, it's manipulation, indoctrination.
And that's the whole point that I'm making. When I see these streamers that come on here and they're like, guys, we're not going to talk about anything controversial. We're not going to get political. We don't do that. We don't get emotional. Then you know what you do? You sit on your stupid ass and you play the game. And a lot of the time, because they can see your cleavage, they stick around for it. Other times, they're just simps. I kind of feel like if you're following a content creator and all they do is sit and play a game with you in the background, they don't respect your time enough that you should be giving it to them. And again, it's popular in our culture. It's not like we're the only ones. We're the unpopular streamers. The popular streamers do that. They put their tits out on display and they sit in front of the stream and they play. That's how you get the most views. So we're the minority here. But I'm just saying that it's a shame to watch all these people, these simps, and I'm going to say it, I don't give a fuck. It's a shame to watch all these people do that. It's a shame to watch them, that they're willing to invest their time in content creators. And I'm not saying all content creators on Twitch. I'm saying the ones that are not respecting their time, the ones that don't put together an event, that are thought-provoking events, that are engaging conversations like what you and I are having, that are just there to sit with their stupid faces in front of the game. So I do think that in a sense, having it to where they need to pay a license, it might be nice, because then they'll have to actually use their brains for once, not just sit and enjoy somebody else's content and then think that they're working hard, since they don't know what hard work actually is. Oh, we got to go to the Vanguard Laboratory ruins. Let's do that. That's the last thing. I wasn't even doing dailies and I got them done, just running around randomly. See how successful I am? I'm organically successful.
Am I. Yeah.
I just ran around and all the dailies are done, just for me, nothing. And I'm heading to Vanguard to do the last thing. But yeah, no, that's the reason. If you look back at our PSO streams, a lot of them were just in Central City. Like, even before we knew you, we've had these conversations on here. We had a conversation where I literally went off. I was like, all of you people out here making content, what makes you so fucking special that you could sit there and play a game and I should kiss your ass because you could sit and play a game like I can't?
Excuse me.
He's even pointed out that he could get more views just having me around showing my boobs.
Oh,
but we
Lord.
don't do that, you know?
Yeah, full disclosure, like my girl, I was about to say my girl, my wife is hot. Like I have a hot wife, you know? I have a hot blonde wife, you know? And if I really was trying to sell out, I would just make TalkBrunch, where the cleavage is always on screen, and just put the hot blonde wife there and just have her in front of the screen and then do everything I'm doing, and boom, we get the views. And we're not trying to pander. That's the whole thing. I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. We don't want to be how everybody else is being. It sickens me to watch the way the system works. And we're not here to be part of it. We're here to break it, or at least draw attention to the fact that it's already broken. You know?
Well, I wouldn't say it's broken yet, but it's getting there. It's getting there.
So, you know, that's my whole stance with things.
I think it could be saved. Yeah. It
could definitely be saved. And like I like to think that our small little niche shitty communities are places of salvation where you can talk about things that are triggering, where we're not going to be like, we're not going to talk about this and we're not going to talk about that because it's negative. You know?
Some things need to be negative.
Sometimes things do need to be negative, and that's the reason why I've lost a lot of respect for streamers that I used to follow, because it was just like, you know what, man, you're not allowed to talk about this, you're not allowed to talk about that, your whole stream is censored, you're all full of shit, so shut the fuck up. That's been my attitude towards a lot of streamers, man. And we're very unapologetic. I'm not pandering for sponsorship or any type of partnership or anything, because I know of the fact that I have an opinion, and my opinion is more important to me than the money or the partnerships. I'm not going to come on here and be a puppet. I'm not going to let somebody put their fist in my ass and then make me speak what they want.
You're so graphic. Okay.
I don't think we're in the same room.
I'll get back to the Ryuka device. But no, because we've spoken about these things.
Visual aids. Cool.
We've spoken about these things, and that's the reason I'm able to be graphic about it, because these conversations are very common. For some reason, Phantasy Star wasn't planned, but Phantasy Star became the place where we would just talk, shoot our minds, and that's why I look forward to being here more than I look forward to any other broadcast that we do. Where are we again? Oh, the Vanguard thing. I look forward to being here more than any other broadcast that we do, because we just shoot our minds. We speak openly from the heart about things that may trigger or may not trigger people. And yeah, one of the benefits of what you're talking about in regards to whether or not people should have to pay licenses is that, yeah, they have now to choose whether or not they're going to make content by just sitting and playing it, or whether they're going to be creative or what. But it does bother me. Again, that Oblivion guy, Soho, he's a streamer who goes, oh, my hard work. Dude, you don't have a camera, you don't have an overlay. All you did was press stuff. You're not even streaming from a PC. You just press stream from the console, you fucking turd.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah, you don't need a thing. You won't get any of the bells and whistles we have. Like your chat room won't be embedded. You won't have the overlay or the acknowledgement. You don't have as much control. But the point is, and it's okay for people to do that if they're just trying to have fun. Oh wow, it did it to me again. I thought that by going back there would sync it. But if you're doing that, you know what I mean? Then like at least put some effort into what it is that you're gonna do.
Yeah,
you know,
I tried streaming. Sometimes it is difficult to do, because I remember doing a game, but I didn't know what to say or how to talk or this or that. You know, I just knew how to play the game. I don't know, it's different. But yeah.
And you know what? For me, in the beginning, it was hard.
I think it's a new business. It's going that way.
It's an old business now. I mean, people make millions of dollars streaming on here. Even small streamers make a lot of money, so yeah, we've been in business phase for like 5 years, if not more. Dude, instead of in same room only, couldn't you put it to rooms with friends, which would then bring up me, which would have by default? Okay, so it's full. Let me clear the enemies here. Room transfer. I'm making it to yours. I'm on my way to yours. But that does bother me when I see, again, you could be a small streamer, and I hate using that term, you could be someone who's not doing an overlay and not doing anything, but I hate when they come out on Twitter, Oblivion, like they're hot shit. My hard work.
What about the influence that streamers have on the community now? How do you feel about that?
It depends on the streamer. I think influence could be good or bad depending on anything, you know. That goes back to what we were talking about with the sponsored streamers. If it's a streamer who's going for partnerships and sponsorships and they depend on this for their income and it's all about clout, then I wouldn't trust them as much as somebody who doesn't give a fuck one way or the other whether or not you get a sponsorship partnership or whether they like you or not. To me, the people that are like that are the ones you can trust the most, because they're going to be real all the time.
Yeah, and those are the ones. Well, that's what started a lot of the licensing fee that they're talking about now, is because the streamers can say whatever they want about the creator's game, and they can dictate. It's almost like mob mentality when you think about it. How much of an influence you're going to have in order to tank their sales. So, what do you think about that?
I mean, review bombing is a thing. It's sort of like review bombing, you know. But right. I mean, but your credibility, usually, again, this is a viewer thing. This is like everyone needs to have some sort of accountability. Like your credibility should be a reflection of your streamers. You know what I mean? Like you have a community, and hopefully the people are able to tell when you're full of shit or not. The problem that I'm having, and that goes back to what I was talking about. The problem I'm having is that nowadays people will kiss streamers' asses that aren't credible. They're not, and it's like, well, I watch this guy because he's a good player. That's good. I watch this guy because he's a good streamer and he has interesting conversations. That's good. But then there's people where it's kind of like, there's certain ones where it's like, what are you doing? Like, what is this person contributing? They're just sitting there playing the game, telling you, all right, guys, today we're going to play. Like, it's like if I came in here and I was like, all right, guys, today we're going to play Phantasy Star Online. Yeah. So, Phantasy Star Online, guys. Phantasy Star Online.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, see, one of my biggest arguments on the forums is the influence that the streamers some of the streamers would have on the community when they would say, do things like, okay, let's talk about the free-to-play model and then the premium model. Okay. The community has to understand a little bit that these companies like Sega or whatever, I know they got a lot of money, but they still need to make money in order to get proper development. But some people seem to think that they have enough money, in a sense, to do all the things that they want to do. And so when you have the free-to-play model, okay, and then people say, well, it's free-to-play, and they give all their tricks and stuff on how to get around certain situations so you don't have to pay for premium. Okay, I understand that. So if everybody's playing for free, is the game going to make money? No. To me. It's almost like playing free-to-play is a trial to see if you want to play the game.
No,
okay.
I disagree.
At some point, you're going to have to put in some money in order to support the game.
Nope. That's not always the case.
Nope.
I feel that if you do a game right, especially a game like this, there will come a point with a lot of people, not all, but there'll come a point with a lot of them, where they're giving you money instead of you taking their money because they enjoyed what you were doing enough that they went, I feel like giving this money. Realistically speaking, real talk, let's take it back to streaming services like Netflix and Hulu and everything. Pirating has been around way before streaming. I was here before AOL 2.0, which means I was here when the internet came out. That's my age showing there. Which means that people of I guess my age demographic, we know how to get shit free better than we know how to sign up for a stream in most cases. I know how to do both, but we know how to get shit free. Okay? Which means that when my wife and I got a Netflix account, got a Hulu account, got an Amazon Prime account, got a Crunchyroll account, got a WWE Network account, you name it, we got it. It was a decision that rather than getting this stuff for free, we want to support the content. So to support the content, we're going to give money, and in exchange, we're going to have the legitimate version of these services. Sure, I could have still kept all that money and not had the services. There's ways around all of this shit, really. There's always a way to get things free. A lot of the time, it's in good faith. And good faith goes both ways. They have to have good faith in their community, just the way we have to have good faith in them. So it's like they have to be able to take that leap of faith. That's why it's called good faith. That we're going to like the thing so much that we're going to support it. Because again, Netflix, Hulu, Crunchyroll, all of those are things. You can go on a torrent with a VPN and you can steal all that shit. And you know what? We decided that we like the content enough and the convenience and the quality of life of having it that we're going to have it. And you know what wound up happening? All of these services, including Disney Plus, especially Netflix, they started to have agendas. We're going to make content that speaks an agenda, that speaks to snowflakes, that speaks to SJWs. You know, we're going to start canceling Dave Chappelle and things that you like. We're going to start being negative towards your demographics. We're going to kill He-Man in the first episode and make the whole series about Tila because we want to be feminist and we want to show a pro-woman equality world and all of that. These are positive ways, these are positive things. But doing them negatively like that, they're going to cause things like what I did. I canceled all of those fucking services because of that. Oh, He-Man's dead? So is my subscription. And I'm dead ass. I canceled it. Oh, no more Dave Chappelle? No more Netflix. A lot of people are vocal on Twitter. I'm vocal with money. And I'm vocal by using the small community I have and the platform that I have to tell people, hey, fuck Netflix. And if you like me, you'll say fuck Netflix too. Even if that's just 3 people that go, I like Rick, and he says fuck Netflix, so I won't fuck with them anymore. If those 3 people each have one relative that's an older grandmother, and no, I was going to get Netflix, but then I realized that it's not that good. My grandson told me. That grandmother tells one bingo friend, no, don't get Netflix. My grandson told me if I could get that reach to just fucking a few, then I've done my job. And that's what reach is all about, my friend. And that's what I'm trying to say. That at the end of the day, the same way I at one point thought I like these subscription services so much that I'm going to give them my monthly money. On the flip side, when they started becoming crazy and they were like, oh, you know, we're going to get rid of Dave Chappelle, we're going to kill He-Man, I said, oh, well, here's my money. Now, I'm going to be supersizing my fries this week. Metaphorically, I don't give a fuck about fries and I can supersize with it all. But because I'm not going to be paying you, I have more money. I'm not going to be supersizing you. That's how I handle shit now. The comic book industry has gone to hell. They turned the X-Men into a circus. I don't buy comics. I don't talk about comics. I pulled all the comic shows from our network. I don't support comic creators. I don't support anything with comics until the comic people in the comic industry become vocal and speak up and go, hey, this is bullshit. And if they don't do that, that's their decision. Just like it's my decision where if I do come across a story that's interesting enough for me to read, I'll find a bootleg online of it and read it there in a book reader rather than paying what I would have paid if they met me halfway and were doing things that suited my demographic. This is the way that I handle things. So now taking that back and going to these free-to-play games, we're already making a decision with everything. What we want to invest our money into, what gives the value. There's games that are free to play that I've paid for stuff, not even because I wanted it, but because I've enjoyed the game so much that I've said, it's time for me to give back. Here's some money for some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like...
Yeah, but do you really think it's the communities like that? If they can get something for nothing, wouldn't they just continue to get something?
No. I think that there are people that are... You could say that about porn. I hate to bring porn into this, but you could click on how many porn sites and not have to pay for any porn. You know what I mean? It's like it's all free. Just click on whatever. You can watch porn all day. Sometimes my wife and I do.
Using that shock value. I hear you.
But the point being, the point being but there are porn sites that they'll be like for $10.99 you can see all the tits that you want, and you gotta ask. I always used to think, oh, who the hell's paying, man? We've been on here for an hour and we haven't had to pay for nothing. But there are people who will. There are people who's like, yeah, I'll pay for the porn, pay for your stuff, you know.
We have to leave this place. Points aren't registering. Well, they were registering for you at first. They're not registering for me at all, and they stopped registering for you.
This is a laboratory. We're probably in level 1 then. Level 1 laboratory. Right. I mean, hell, full disclosure, there was a point where my wife and I saw a certain female individual on the internet, on an OnlyFans page, and we thought, you know what, she's cute enough to give a little money to, and we did. We could have seen this person. We could have been like, oh, we'll just click on the free ship. We were like, oh, she's cute. You know what? Give a little cash.
Yeah, but in that scenario, on balance, when it at some point it's going to be unbalanced.
Yes,
right?
It will. If you're asking, are more people going to pay than are going to take shit for free? No. There's always going to be more people that are going to take shit for free. That doesn't mean that the business model isn't sustainable. I got to go back to the fucking Ryuka device again. This game's becoming a thorn in my ass today. Just trying to figure out how we can get into the same block. That's becoming a bit of a nightmare. Could you just make me party leader? Are we on the same block right now? Oh, we're going back to... Could you just make me party leader so I could get this over with? It's like, this is taking way too long for dailies. When I'm in charge, dailies take 10 minutes. This is taking 10 hours. It's like, unless I'm fully paying attention to the game, I don't have anybody in my party with the fucking capacity to just run this shit.
I can run it. It's the game that's not running because I had to pull you back here because they keep putting us in weird blocks.
Right, but do you know how long we were having that conversation that you never went, hey...
Yeah, you have to be near me for me to pull you in.
I'm just talking about you mentioning, vocalizing with the brain that you have on the internet that you're on, that we're not getting the points so that we can move to a thing. But I digress. The point being that, like, I don't have anybody with the basic intellectual structure to do that shit for me when I'm distracted. Look right here.
I feel a headlock coming on.
Look at this. 4 out of 8 room. We're going right in.
I love headlocks. Get a hurricane rod in there.
If I trigger her enough, she'll start to move her ass. That's why.
It's a great way to put it.
If I trigger her, I go, oh, nobody's smart enough to do this. She'll do it. What do you mean nobody's smart enough? Then she'll get it done.
Yeah, but I'm not going to bitch and complain about it for hours.
No, I will. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to bitch and complain about everything.
Oh, so y'all on block 2.
But yeah, like I said before, and it's funny because we've had this conversation so many times on here. But
yeah,
I'm glad that you're here because it kind of freshened it up, and you're good to revisit these things with. But yeah, part of my problem has always been too many people feel entitled. I want to sit in front of a game and play, and I want everybody to worship me and watch me because I'm playing the game. And it's like, but what makes you different or special from all of the young hot people playing the same game that are actually providing intellectual conversations and are doing more with their community than just sitting in front of a chair with their faces planted in front?
Yeah, I know. I see that. When I be scanning through to see who's playing Phantasy Star, I do see that a lot.
I see that with other streamers too. There's these streamers that we used to watch that are a couple, right? I won't say any names on here. But they're always asking for partnerships and sponsorships and stuff. And it's kind of like, but I kid you not when I say there's been up to an hour and a half of the stream that's just them trying to get the audio working. Just them trying to get the cameras in position. Just them trying to get the game running. Sometimes it's them for an hour. Oh, we're going to play the game. They haven't downloaded the game yet. So they're sitting there on the camera while the games are downloading. And it's like, who the fuck is going to, like, what makes you think, are you crazy? Like, imagine if I showed up at work at noon asking for a promotion. Where's my promotion? And I've heard my fucking the job start. The shift started at 9. You're here fucking 12. You're lucky we didn't fire your ass. Promotion. So it's funny when I find streamers who're asking for partnerships and shit. They don't even have the fucking intelligence to have everything up and running immediately when the stream goes. Find me a stream that we've done in like 7 years where the moment the game starts, we're not just playing the game. We're whole. Well, it's like what Eddie Murphy used to say in his stand-up comedy about when somebody's trying to take a fucking picture. Wait a second now. It's the Flash. It's something wrong. And they're trying to mess with the camera while you're posing and smiling and shit. Like, get this shit going already. And we had to stop watching them because it started literally, it started triggering me. I'm like, I'm watching it. How are they still sitting? How are they not awkward? I feel bad when it's like 5 minutes and I'm trying to get everything going. Like, shit, it's been 5 minutes. We're still trying to get... These guys will be there for an hour. How's our camera? How's the sound? Do you hear us? Is there an echo? Do you have an echo? It's like, you unprofessional motherfuckers. You're asking for partnerships so that when you get partnerships, your partners and your sponsors are going to come in here and they're going to see you fucking with cameras and mics. So, yes, for people that fit into that category, good people, bad people, nice people, friendly people, angry people, doesn't matter. Stupid people, because that's what they all classify as if they're not able to get their shit working. I do kind of want there to be some sort of a restriction to the way that the content is able to be distributed based on what the content is. I wouldn't mind entirely if there was a guideline like with fair use, where it's kind of like, yeah, you could use our content, but it has to be within the thing. I remember Bandai Namco gave people free codes and made them preferred content creators for a game called Bless Unleashed. Terrible game, don't play it. If you're playing Phantasy Star, you've already evolved. But this game, when they gave them the content for playing this, the whole thing that they thought, I'm sure the Bandai Namco, they thought that these people were going to be making videos like the way Kuropi does, the way the Gemma does. They thought that they were going to be making videos, hey guys, this is how you make a new build. This is what we do. They thought they were going to at least have a guild and that they were going to put together things and help bring people through things. They didn't do shit. All they did was have their sponsorship and then complain about how they didn't get anything. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of self-entitled motherfuckers out there that don't even realize how their perception is for the rest of us. So I think that would humble a lot of people if they weren't allowed to just play whatever the hell they want and then act like they're owed something for doing it. Oh, Rick, you're going to get a lot of heat. There's people who you're going to hear that they're going to hate you. Good, because I fucking hate them. If you think this is about you and I offended you by saying it because you fell into that category, odds are I fucking hate you. You don't even have to ask, is this about me? Is he talking about me? It doesn't matter if I'm talking about you or not, because by default I hate you if you have those fucking characteristics. So I am.
You can say hate? Why? That's strong.
It is strong, right? I want them to feel it. That's what I say, and I feel like this qualifies as a conversation that can be had. This to me is content, more so than if I was just playing the game and going, hey, again, did you finish you got your 50? Do you manage to go to West Alio and get your apples? You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to have people that are watching for that because you're getting apples in West Alio. This is interesting, though. This is controversial. This is edgy. I like it. This is what I want.
You want to be able to actually speak and say your opinion without offending someone? Yeah, that's what most people want, except they don't realize that that's what they're taking away.
Even on Mondays, like the guy I do the Monday show with. I'm not saying that the people on Mondays are marks or anything, but I'm saying that there's Mark-esque characteristics, and what I mean by that is the daily news infatuates everybody more than me. They'll know stuff like, oh, by the way, here's a little side note. You may not know this, but this is Bianca Belair's 100th day being on SmackDown without ever going back to her. I don't give a fuck. When I'm doing the news, I want to hear the stories, the big stories. The story, this person has heat, this person got fired, this person got arrested, this person's dead. That's what I want. I want to have the big story. I want to hear, well, here's a milestone. This person's been champion for 200 days. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Where at the end of the day, there's different kinds of content. And I started realizing, because you see it on Monday show. On Monday show, sometimes we'll run 4 hours. I had to sit down with my wife and really think about it. I started thinking, everyone's putting more energy into, we're putting more energy into what we do than anybody else is. Why is the Monday show so long? And we started to realize, it's because we allow that bullshit. We allow people to be like, oh, and just a side note, this person has won the championship 5 times, just as much as Hacksaw Jim Duggan did in 1983. Who gives a fuck? I realized after the most recent episodes, we want to talk about the big things that are happening. We don't want to sit here all night and fucking kiss each other's asses over subtle things, over subtleties. And that's what a lot of streaming and contents and podcasts are becoming. They're becoming things that don't really matter. I want to talk about the things that do. The big story, the big events. Not hold people's hands through little shit. My attitude and my perception towards life and people in general is drastically changing as I get older. And this whole thing started with me saying, my first line was, oh, you know what I realized? That I hate all of humanity. No, it's not that I hate all of humanity. I started to realize that I'm getting less of a tolerance for younger people than me as I get older. How do I know that? Because I'm completely fine talking with you and talking with my wife. I'm cool with it and I never feel annoyed. I don't feel like I need a fucking break like I do with a lot of other people. Friends or otherwise. I feel like I'm kind of missing my age demographic because there's a lot of people in our communities that are younger than me, and young people are oblivious at best, stupid at worst. The best you could hope for is that
younger people are smarter than.
Yeah, find me 'em. Yeah, at the best you could hope for is a young person that's oblivious to whether they've insulted you or offended you or are on your bad side. You can't find, at worst you'll find one that's a complete fucking asshole. Best you'll find one, well, at least this guy's too stupid to know that he offended me. Well, at least this guy's too stupid to realize he pissed me off, so we can remain civil and, look at him, look at his dumb ass. He doesn't even realize that that's how I have to deal with people. So I started to think that I hate people. Then I encountered you, luckily, playing Phantasy Star, and it was like, no, look, somebody in my age demographic. I don't hate him. There must be something. There must be something. It wasn't that I hate people. It's that I hated young people. I realized that you helped me figure out the thing. I don't hate them, because you're right. Hate's a strong word. I have a disdain. I have a disgust and a disdain towards young people. Is that nicer?
A disdain? Yeah, it's just,
he doesn't even know what the fuck he got himself into. He's like, shit. Which one is better?
Okay, how about this? I am repulsed by young people's existence. Is that better? No.
You gotta remember that you were young too at one time too. So.
I used to be a kid at one point, and I hate those.
Huh?
I said I used to be a kid at one point too, and I hate those. Used to be. I'm sure that there are butterflies out there that hate caterpillars. Butterfly could talk. He'd be like, ugh, every time he sees a caterpillar, and the caterpillar will be like, but I'll be beautiful someday. See you then.
Somebody once said that about me when I was a kid, so don't say that. They're like, oh, you're funny looking, da 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 da. No, you used to talk shit, and now look at me.
But there you go. But no, that's the whole point. That I realize now that, like, and it's nothing against young people really in all seriousness. I just realized that a lot of my frustration, a lot of my disconnect towards the world has been because of the age demographic of people I'm encountering in some of these games, or the age demographic of even people that are listening to the show. Because obviously, let's be realistic, older people that are podcasting usually attract a younger demographic, and there's nothing wrong with that. My problem is that I don't think I've drawn enough lines in the chalk in my life personally, with kind of like, there is a place for dumb shit, just not near me. You know, and again, I just started realizing that at the end of the day, the best you could hope for is a young person that they're oblivious to the fact that they fucked up. Like, I had no idea. I didn't know. I'm sorry, man. And then they get a shitty, dry apology. That's why I don't even bother to explain to people when they fuck up either. Because that's the most you get is a dry, shitty apology. Oh, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Fuck you. Go die. I'm sick of hearing that kind of, I'm so sorry, man. My bad. Go bad somewhere else. Go bad off a fucking bridge. I'm so sorry. I'm a hard ass, man. People used to call me Rick McMahon. People used to call me Rick McMahon, and the reason I say used to is because they probably don't to my face anymore. But yeah, they used to be like, oh, Rick McMahon instead of Vince McMahon, Rick McMahon, because yeah, I'm a hard ass when it comes to that kind of shit. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know. I hate, nothing offends me more than when someone's like, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, you fucking goof. That's all I think whenever somebody's like, man, I'm sorry. I'm like, you fucking goof.
Why do you sound so Italian right now?
Probably because I grew up in New York. Even though I'm Hispanic, I grew up in New York, so it's probably the New Yorker in me to get home. But most of the time, man, which is funny because I was about to say, you fucking putz. Like, I was thinking most of the time when someone's like, I'm sorry, I'm like, you fucking putz. You know, you're not sorry. You're just stupid. You're just too stupid to know that you're not sorry.
I mean, I was watching, The Godfather of Harlem, it's on Prime. I forgot what it's called. When it talks about what's it? Bumpy Johnson. And I'm just thinking about how the Italians were talking in that show. And I was like, I don't know. I'm just picturing you as an Italian right now. Just.
It's not because they're Italian. It's because they're New Yorkers.
Yeah, it's that New York. It's the New York in me, man. We all of the people. I was born and raised in New York. We all have that attitude. But yeah, that's been my entire thing. You know, I don't like. That doesn't mean that I'm unreasonable. Like, someone can make a mistake and be like, hey, man, I'm sorry. But when you have these people that are just doofy and they're like, apologize, like, get out of here with your bullshit. You don't really.
Do I have an accent?
You have a southern accent. You have a nice southern accent.
I do? Okay.
Yeah, you have a nice southern, which I'm used to it because
people would say that, and I never really thought I had an accent.
Yeah, it sounds good. You sound very well spoken with it. You know, I was worried. That's the reason why when I first met you and you were in chat, I was a little skeptical because it was like most of the time, you know, I would not be that lucky, you know. Most of the time, you'd be like, oh, God, what have we done? You know, worst case scenario, you bring somebody, hey, guys, what's up? And it's like the guy's 6. Oh, shit. He's 6 years old. I thought that he knew it because he knew a lot about the game.
No, my son.
Because they got to remember that as a content creator, or even as a streamer, you're accountable with that kind of shit. Like, if right now, for example, I had somebody in this community that was a kid and I'm on Twitch also, I can't just have them in here and talk the way I'm talking to you. I have to keep in mind that this is a child. And even if that standard wasn't there, because it's a kid, I wouldn't want to do that. Like, I wouldn't want to talk that way around children. I don't think it's right. So, like, that's another reason I have to be careful. Like, when I first met you, I was like, man, this Ginyu person seems cool. I guess if he's under 18, I can't ask him either, because that's also, like, on Mixer, that wasn't known to. I can't be like, hey, man, are you an adult? But it's kind of be like, oh, well,
you can ask it?
It's considered not good to talk about age in a lot of streams, so it's kind of like, and I try not to do that, especially if I don't know the person. Some people, it's an intrusive question in a lot of ways, so I couldn't be like, all right, Ginny, well, how old are you? And then we'll decide if we're going to let you into the stream. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, you have to sort of feel your way, where it's like, you sound like an adult, talks like an adult in the typing, you know, and then when
is that why when you have your streams that you have to verify is that the age thing, or
yeah? Because I put us as an 18 and over stream. You have to verify. If this was just all ages, it's my rating. The rating is it's an adult themed stream. So yeah, that's another reason why I wouldn't just have kids. I have nothing against them, but they don't really have a place with the kind of conversations we have. Like you said, it's edgy, sometimes deliberately just to keep it entertaining. But it's edgy, and also kids don't have, I don't want to say they don't have the maturity, but sometimes they don't have the perspective to be able to distinguish satire and satirical conversations from taking things literally and reading between lines. And that's dangerous, because you don't want he said that, he'll use a Molotov cocktail. It's kind of like, no. No. He says that all of humanity should die, and they go and shoot up a school. Like that's the last thing that I need. Young people are a little bit too influential. You know what I'm saying?
With that said, censorship. Because we had a big discussion about censorship in Phantasy Star. A lot of the cutscenes that you are in the base, when you're doing the storyline, they have taken out a lot of things that a lot of people wish that was still in there. What do you think about that? Like the scene where
they took one cutscene out of base.
No, where the boy is naked.
They took a hot tub cutscene out of base PSO, where the girls that are underage are hanging out in a hot tub, which I don't know how the hell they know that they're underage. I don't know the age of any of the characters. Maybe it's just they went by appearance.
They're in high school.
They couldn't be underage. Oh, I guess so. It must have been the Earth characters. They're in a hot tub.
Yeah, it's the Earth.
Okay, that would explain it. I didn't get to see the scene because it was. But apparently there was like a scene where they're in a hot tub, and because they're underage, it took it out. I guess the underage thing is a justification if they're naked, but I mean, if they're just in the hot tub, then I don't think so. I don't think that the game loses anything by it not being in there, though. And my opinions on violence censorship are separate from my opinions on sexualized or nude censorship. I'm a person where I don't see any harm whatsoever in nudity or sexual content. And I think that, to me, the worst content is the violent content, and I don't have any opposition against that either. But if you had to pick what bad content is for children, I would say the violence and the stuff like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with sex or nudity, so I'm not someone to shy away from that stuff. I am also someone who has friends in the adult industry, so that's another reason why I'm very positive towards that.
Well, see, when you say that, I'm thinking. Just a minute ago, you just got through saying that under 18, right? You rather not.
Right. If it's under 18, so I understand in that case of censorship.
So wouldn't I would say the sexual content be like maturity based? Because the way that you phrased it was maturity.
Right, but what I mean by maturity based is that if the people, just like you had to come into my chat room, you had to take the warning that this is for 18 older. If Phantasy Star had a maturity thing where it's like warning 18, are you 18 or not? And for the people who are not 18, the edgy content was edited out. That's subjective, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But in the case of it being minors in a hot tub, I would have had to see the scene, but I would say without seeing the scene, I'd give it a no. Not for any age, just because I don't want minors to be sexualized. So I think that regardless of that. But again, if it was just people hanging out in a hot tub and it's just from the neck down in the water and there wasn't anything about it that would be questionable, considering that freaking Netflix has cuties, which actually is sexualizing minors, then I would probably, I'd have to see the content. You know what I mean?
Oh, cuties, yeah.
I've never seen it, I've never even thought, but I know about it. But that's what I'm saying. I would have to see the content. But I digress. The point being that hanging out with you just made me realize my frustration with the world and humanity is with people in general. People that are younger than us. People that have 3 decades or below, I would say, in this world. And that's a large group. I'm just not vibing with, And that's what brings us full circle back to the beginning of this conversation. I just thought I had it with people, but I'm realizing it's the maturity, it's the age demographic, it's things like that is sort of drawing me to what I do. Like, I went from someone who was like, oh, I'd like to do everything multidimensional, to someone who honestly I fucking hate being on here unless we're playing Phantasy Star. It's come full circle to that. And part of it might be because Phantasy Star is where I have the most people closer to my age demographic. There's a girl named Angela who's a friend of mine from years ago that plays this. There's you. There's my wife. And it's like there's people that we know, the content creators and stuff, where it's like I think that's why I'm gravitating more towards this. And everything else, I'm just trying to power through to get back to this, which is not a good way to do things. Everything else is like, let's just do this and quickly get it done and then fuck everything else. Which is why my wife and I, we sort of made an agreement where after Halloween, because Halloween week sucked for me. We had to do that whole Halloween week of stuff. After Halloween, I wanted to focus on being an ARC. I wanted to focus on ARCs. I wanted to focus on NGS and this. And all of the other stuff's going to fly by the wayside. If I feel like coming on here at 4 in the morning and starting a stream then, or being here offline then, I'm going to do it. If I feel like getting off 20 minutes later to get head, I'm going to do that. Everything except Mondays is going to be like I'm going to be flying by the seat of my pants. And like the other thing we used to do was we used to be double checking with people. Like, hey, you're going to be around? Are we going to do this? Hey, you're going to be around? Hey, what time are you? It's like we literally just washed our hands. Basically, we decided that we missed the pandemic and we want to pretend that we're back in it again.
That's cool.
Like we decided, you know what? Those were the days. As much as other people didn't like it, I loved it. I miss it, man. I want another one. Where's round 2? You know, I wish I could just cough on somebody. Too bad I'm back because I will spread this shit again. How many burgers do I need to spit in for us to get this shit going? I'm kidding. That's satire for anyone under 18 that might have snuck in here. That's satire. But no, seriously. No, we just decided it was like, you know what? Honestly, and this is serious, this is real talk. And I feel bad about saying, I know a lot of people went through this shit. There were parts of that sucked, but it was the best time of my life. Isn't that dark to say? When we had that lockdown, it was the best time of my life because it gave my wife and I time to really regroup and be by ourselves and just be a married couple.
Yeah.
And just
a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. That's why they had that with the Great Resignation. I'm trying to say that word right, but when people are more into the quality of life.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Instead of.
And that's what happened.
Trying to get that dollar.
It had the Great Depression, I think is what you might be thinking of.
No, it's not it's in the news about the Great Resignation.
Oh, really?
Where people are deciding not to, they want more from their jobs, more.
Right. Exactly. People have been awakened. And that's the thing. That thing, as much as people kept, and I used to have to go into my chat on Mondays and be like, oh, guys, hang in there. It'll be okay. And, you know, honestly, best time, as soon as I got off the air, it was the best time of my life every Monday, man. Because it was just myself and my wife. We had total privacy. We could go out into the streets, and the streets themselves were empty. Of all of New York. You don't know what heaven that was like. But overall, I just had a great time. We got to really reconnect. We've been together for 20 years, so we got to really reconnect and really like be who we want to be.
Oh, yeah. Good job. Nice.
And we got to.
That's nice.
Oh, thank you. We only got married during the pandemic. Goes to show why it's the best time of my life. But yeah, it was like, you know, it was great. You know what I mean? It was like the greatest time. And we talked during Halloween because Halloween was hard for me to put together. And I told her, I said, look, man, after this, you're not going to be able to depend on me to be that guy anymore that's doing this and getting things together and coordinating. This is what I want to do. And I told her straight up, I said, I want us to pretend the pandemic's still going. I want us to act just like the pandemic. I want to focus on us. Because really, believe it or not, as quiet as she is, she's really the fuel behind a lot of this. She's really the reason why we come on a lot of the time and we do streams and we do stuff. Because if it were me, by now I would have just been like, nope, let's just spend all day in bed. No, let's just not. But it's like...
You would have torched it.
I would have burned all this shit down by now. But she's really the one where I said, okay, I'll do it, but after this, I'll still keep doing it. But it has to be that the priority is my marriage and our life, and we're just doing everything else secondary. And I think a lot of that came from the fact that it's the circles, it's the quality of the circles. You know? What a crazy, I didn't even mean to. Well, you started this game. You know, I guess I half started it.
Cool.
But no, like I said, good talk though about that. And like I said, we're really happy, and I wanted to just focus on other things for a good long time. And that doesn't mean I don't enjoy the things that I'm doing. But yes, to answer your other question in regards to like the whether we should pay rights fees and shit, I think some people should, but unfortunately there's no ways to do that without making everybody have to pay it. You know, and then the people that are making actual content that are coming on here and giving civil discourse and conversations are going to be the ones that suffer. That's not fair. You know?
Yeah.
Look at what we're doing. We have Phantasy Star and we're talking over it. This is a good conversation though, right? How much would it suck if Sega took this conversation down because of the fact that Phantasy Star was there? Even though what's good about this stream isn't the Phantasy Star, it's the discussion. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
The Phantasy Star is a byproduct. of it. And that's the thing. The streams are sort of used as a foundation. You know, it's more about us being able to talk and do stuff. We should go to Rezo. This place isn't that good. As a matter of fact, I'll go a step further. I'll say this place is horse shit. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back to the city first because I'm full. And then we can go and chill in Rezo. Rezo's the best place. The only place we should be. We can max out our seasonal points in one day if we played our cards right.
You going back to the city?
Yeah, just for a little bit. But again, and like I said, it's like the Monday show. You've seen it before. How long it is? That was one of those things where it was like, it's literally because everyone likes it more than me. So those little stories, those little milestones, you know. Like I said, the guy do the show, would he go, oh, you know what I found out? Here's another milestone. This is Roman Reigns' 20th time being on SmackDown in Cincinnati. I don't give a fuck. You know, that's the thing. Like, I care about who won the title, what's going to happen with the world, what's happening, who got fired, who has he. But so I don't give a shit that Roman Reigns has been to Cincinnati 20 times since his debut and blah, blah, blah. It's like, those are the things. But that's the thing. It's a different kind of, I think the age demographic is the reason. I've heard another podcast to say recently that it's like, well, a lot of us have been watching this kind of shit our whole lives, where there are people who are new to only watching a few years. That kind of shit is interesting to them. Breaking news, you know, Roman Reigns is going to fight Finn Balor on Monday. Is breaking news for some people. Look at all these silver prints.
Add me to the party when y'all get a chance.
Shit, and now I'm party leader. Let me give party back to... Actually, I could just invite you first. Party. Invite to party. There we go. The one time that I was party leader, because I was right in my menu. Okay, now you're in. Let's get these swords. And I said this when I first started the stream. I was like, my interest, I'm the kind of person that my interests shift. There have been years, and I won't say years, there's times in my life where I'm all about anime. It's like, oh, anime is great, movies are great. You know, I want to do movie stuff, I want to do more. And then there's times I'm all about wrestling. I'm like, man, I love wrestling, man. There's times I'm all about gaming. It shifts for me, depending on what's good and what's bad. You know what I mean? And it's like, right now my head is PSO, and everything else I'm just doing to get by. Like, just to get it done to get back here. It's more like outfit. It's more like we live on Phantasy Star, and it's time to visit world Earth, kind of like the Earth realm. Oh, she changed her outfit because she could do the too sweet me now. She essentially, what do you call it? Horns with your hands. You know, you could do horn fingers. Mm-hmm. And the stuff she was wearing.
What do you mean horn fingers?
Hand gestures, like you have hand gestures, you know, like when you do like devil horns with your fingers, like at a rock concert. She could do devil horns now. She just got it from a scratch ticket, but for some reason it's not compatible with the with what she was wearing.
Oh yeah. It's
like, I guess because it's an old body or something. So she switched the outfit so she could see the hand gesture. That's the first time that's happened today. Never had that issue before, but that's why she changed. And then she did also just get that outfit. But we were in the store before you got on. We were trying to figure it out for the longest. We were like, yo, how come we can't switch these outfits? She had to take that off first. Because it doesn't tell you that. It just keeps it grayed out, which we were like completely lost. It was like, why is this grayed out?
Premium set. Campaign is currently underway. Purchase a premium set for 90 days with the AC before.
They're going to be adding new stuff to the premium set. Oh, did you hear about Attack on Titan? That the Titans are going to start to attack the lobby?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the collaboration. Yeah, I saw that. And in the base, yeah.
No, here. Here. They're going to be attacking here. We're going to be fighting Titans in here. And we're going to be able to get Titan gear. Yeah, they announced
That's
it.
not how that is it?
It's 1,000% how that is, man.
They're not going to be attacking... what do you mean attacking? I thought it's just going to be like a silhouette or something like that in base, right?
You didn't watch the headline?
Or are you saying they're actually going to have Titans attacking this area?
You didn't watch the headline? The Titans are attacking.
No. But yeah, it's just a collabo. I don't think it's like actually content.
Dude, the Titans
Like
are going to be
content.
attacking outside. Like I said, you'll see.
No way. Are you serious? No way.
I'm
That'd
very
be tight
serious.
if that was true. There's no way. I would
He
love
lied
that.
to you before.
Think about the last thing you asked me if there was no way about, and even that person managed to find a way. Just saying.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
I mean, there was a way for that to happen.
That's bad.
Which one do you think is more fathomable?
Like you believe that, but you don't believe that. You know.
I didn't believe that other one either. To tell you the truth, I still did. That's still hard for me to believe that. I mean, it hurts to even think about it. You know, I'm sorry.
Don't mention what you're talking about now. Whatever you do,
I'm not saying anything.
Don't say shit
it hurts
now.
to think about
See, I
it.
was trying to be really subtle by just saying, has he ever lied to you before?
It hurts to even think about it. Savage. That's brutal. It does though. So it's like you're lying. Oh my god, it's hilarious. We do our dailies. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, we did our dailies. Da, 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 da.
Beet juice. I keep thinking about beet juice.
So the Attack on Titan thing is legit. I wonder if there's a way that I could pull it into the system for you to see.
Oh, I'm not even watching the stream. Hold on.
Well, don't worry. It will take me a minute to pull it into the system anyway. I know exactly where it is. The reason I know exactly where it is because
I'll look it up. You don't have to do it. I'll look it up. But if you want to do it for the streamers and stuff like that, yeah, do that. But I'll look it up. Just try to see. I just saw that. I thought because I saw the Attack on Titans in the picture in base where they have a mannequin in a lobby area or whatever. So I thought it was just in base. But if they doing that in game, you know how much lag it's going to be, and people coming in just to be a part of that, it's going to go crazy. It'll be hard to get into the game.
I'm pulling it into our system now.
I guess I could look at it on my phone. What's my phone? Twitch. I'm glad they brought this music into. I like this one.
Yeah, I actually heard it. First when I was doing the weeklies and stuff. Wow, that sounds way further behind than it needs to be. What the hell? Give me a minute because it's a big file, so I'm still putting it into the system. When you see this, it's going to blow your mind. But yeah, I am glad that I maxed the seasonal points for last week, man, and this week I'm already at 20,000 almost out of 150,000. I'm not waiting for the rest of the week. We are going to get that shit done.
I don't even think I maxed out mines when the new one came.
Yeah, it's not easy to do because even all the dailies of every day doesn't do it. But we were just like, let's get it. We got it a day early, and then I actually didn't go on Monday since we already got it. But yeah, as long as you hang out in Rezo Forest and there's 8 of you that are good levels and you get a bunch of PSE bursts, which they said they're going to up the frequency of PSE bursts too.
Yeah. I remember that. I don't have anything on.
They're going to up the frequency of the PSE burst. Yeah, I'm still grabbing it, man. Don't worry, I'll be there.
I think I'm looking at Stasis.
Yeah, you're looking at Stasis' screen still.
I like her mag. I never did have that one. I mean, I had it, but I never really used it.
I like it too. It's very cute and evil looking. Both.
I used to be. Have you fought that boss in base yet?
This one, yeah, I think it was Maria or Margaret.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's what Marguerite turns into.
Yeah, I fought mine too. We fought both of them.
Well, fighting that in just a regular base, it used to be a pain. And I know y'all haven't even gotten to those levels yet. Fighting.
Dude, I fought Shiva. It wasn't that bad for me, but if there's anything worse than that, I'm going to be in trouble, which I'm sure there is.
You do a story. That's not, well, it's nothing.
It's bad because I can't bring other party members in there with me. That's what does it. All those other things, you can always have somebody help you.
Oh, shoot, fighting these guys, even with the party members, still.
All right, give me a minute. We're going to have it now.
Want some hot chocolate.
You're watching your stream, right?
Yeah, I'm watching it.
I'm going to start switching the stuff over.
I make spaghetti, garlic bread. It's going to be nice. Nice little wine at the big table. Truffles.
Oops, wrong thing. Wrong button there. Ignore that. And to this? Oh, that's not what I meant to do either. I have so many different screens and windows here. Sorry.
What was that? Was that donuts? What was that?
Those were shaker cups. Long story. Now it showed up on screen, right?
It's a delay for me, so I'm waiting for it to pop up. Okay.
And there's no audio. That's strange. Wonder why. Let me see something real quick. Oops, wrong wallpaper too. Everything's falling apart today. I don't even have the proper game wallpaper up. Here, because I'm pretty sure I added it.
I need some more Mastery 3s.
Stressful. Why is it not working for me? With kicking the arm. That's all.
More items are coming, such as idle motion changing items and unique emotes like wait a minute and so The valuable items include use 3 days. The end color change pass will reappear in the lineup along with new rewards, such as
Here it is.
stamps, and accessories. By using End Mission Pass Gold, you can get even more rewards. Also, the new AC Scratch Ticket, Medical Masters, will be
Let you know when it comes up on my end.
As you can imagine from the word medical, it includes nurse and doctor themed science fiction outfits. On top of that, more items are coming, such as idle motion changing items and unique emotes like wait a minute and capture, so be sure to check them out. Another new AC Scratch Ticket, Mystical Reverie, is coming on November 24th. There will be mythical outfits inspired by butterflies, birds, goldfish, and more. Also, items for changing landing, jump, and glide motions to a dainty style, and emotes like Crouch 4 will be included as well. The AC Scratch Ticket, Oracle Renewal Collection 5, will be released on December 1st.
Let's jump ahead a little bit. I think it's still like I know where to go. Right around here, a little bit before that. God, the navigation on this shit sucks. There we are.
A collaboration between PSO2 and the popular anime Attack on Titan is happening. This event will start on November 17th. The contents are based on what was previously released in the Japanese version of PSO2. All of the collaboration content will be in PSO2 specs. Colossal Titan will invade the lobby in PSO2 blocks. Get hyped and take some impressive screenshots.
So maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't actually fight them.
No, you don't fight them.
But you get the military uniforms and the ultra hard blade.
Will be released, such as
But you know what? I think they're going to do that. I think they're probably going to do something like that. Because when you saw in that video where they showed the desert area, that big serpent, came out of the ground. It came out of the city area. So I'm thinking maybe they might attack. It might attack the city area at points.
No, I believe they said that it'll start appearing in the cities. No, you'll start attacking them there.
What, for the desert area?
I'm not sure for which area, but I remember hearing about it.
That'd be nice. Something you have to defend the city. And they might be doing that. When I think about Attack on Titans, they might take a little bit of that and try to put it into the desert area where you have to save the city in a sense. Or a campsite.
Exciting stuff. Give me 1 sec here, guys. I'm going to step away from it. All right. Ah, such a great game. It's gonna die any day, according to the creators that support it. It's gonna be done. It's almost the end is nigh. The end is nigh. They're gonna be holding. That's what they should do. They should take a lot of these dudes like Gem and all of them. They should put signs up, like picket signs, and they should be like in the front of Central City. The end is nigh. It's the end of times. And they go back and forth marching with little picket signs. Do they have a picket sign item that they could get from a stamp ticket?
Excellent. There it is. There's one in base.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Oh yes, man. Somebody should tell these guys that they should do like a little protest. It's at the end of the night. It's the end of the world.
And then they can make another one that says shame on it and chase you around with it. Because you keep playing the game.
I wish I had my audio feeding out to you guys. I was gonna have I was gonna press the button of the shame. We have a shame button. The girl who rings the bell from Game of Thrones. Da-ding, shame, shame. Da-ding, da-ding.
I thought they had Stasis up there on the screen for a minute there.
It's always that guy too. You notice it? It's like, stop using him. There should be more representation in Phantasy Star. Put a black person up there. You know, we don't even know who that dude is running from the monsters.
You know what? I'm gonna put.
Please don't.
How come there's no black people up on the
Think about it. There's more representation for the other genders, or to be gender fluid, than there is just for a race that's been part of the planet for thousands of years, since the beginning of time. But we're more worried about focusing to new shit. There's not even a black person in the whole game.
And they don't have to have an afro either. We can get straight hair too.
But an afro would be dope, you gotta admit.
Yeah, it is. It is. Actually, you know what? Hey, of all the games that I have played when they do black people, this is me. The Asian people are the only ones that can get our hair right. You know.
But
they are, because they like to get perms.
But the Asian people are always in their games. In Japanese, I won't say the Asian people, that's strange, but in Japanese games, I've noticed they tend to give people afros. Like if that shit's happening now, like if there's a black person in a Japanese game, he'll just have an afro. Think about that. It doesn't matter. It could be a fighting game, and he'll just come out with an afro and a gi. You know,
that or cornrows. Because
rarely though.
The one in Naruto, he had cornrows, right? Cornrows.
Oh, that guy. Well, did they count as black? I guess they did, right?
Isn't he? I thought he was. I mean, I haven't really seen it yet. But
You're talking about? I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I guess they were definitely darker ninja.
Yeah, he was black, right? Because
Yeah.
didn't he try to do all that crazy rapping stuff?
It's possible. I mean, what's weird about Naruto is that like they're in a ninja village, so automatically people who don't watch the whole series will be like, yeah, you know, back then this and back then that, but it's in present times. Their village is like that, but outside of the village is the regular present day. You know, a lot of people for some reason have the impression that Naruto's like back then, like it's a timepiece, and it isn't. Like I've seen animes and mangas of him having like a handheld. You know what I mean? Like when they show the inside of the house, there's a TV in there. You know what I mean? Like they're ninja culture and shit. but it's modern day. So therefore, there could be black people. Like in feudal Japan and in Kyoto, back in feudal Japan, you couldn't have black people. Or at least it wouldn't be. I don't think you could. But yeah, I think that because of the fact that Naruto is in, you could say, in an alternate world that's happening now, and there is technology, it is possible. At least I believe that's the way it works in Naruto.
Oh, that's cool. I just noticed something. On my screen, it shows my wire lance camo, but on your screen, it shows my sword. Huh, interesting.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So so... Let's see.
I noticed I
I'm gonna
can't
go by
see other
Stasis.
people's mags. I didn't notice this until you gave us our mag appearances, but then I came in here to look at everybody else's mag, and I was like, oh shit, I never noticed. You can't see other mags in here. You gotta be out
Yep,
on the
it shows-
battlefield.
Shows my sword. Interesting.
And what does it show? What is it supposed to be showing?
It's supposed to be showing my my coffin on my back. On my screen, it shows my coffin, but on her screen, it shows my partisan camo.
And that's also what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah, it should be what you're seeing. It's like purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could actually show you real
so,
quick. Don't move,
let me
and I'll
see
show
how-
you.
let me see
I'll
what
show you the
else.
other angle. Hold on a minute.
Don't see.
Okay, so now I'm going to switch to my screen so you can see my angle. Be showing the back now too, so I'll show the front.
Oh, I see your mag. Okay. What is that on me? What's red that's on me? Is that me? That's weird. What is that? Oh, wow. Is that what you see? Do you see something red?
Yeah, I'm going to switch to my screen right now so you can get a better look because I have a perfect angle. Just don't move. I'm zoomed all the way in on
Interesting.
you.
Why is my fingers red on your screen?
You got blood on your hands.
It's like all the, my skin is red. Interesting.
And on hers it isn't. You know what? Sometimes when we come in here, we get graphical glitches like that, and we're not sure what it is. It might just be a graphical glitch.
Yeah, because that kind of takes away from my look.
I don't think it's always like that. That might be because you switched something when you were standing here, because I don't think I've ever seen that before. Sometimes it just, I think it just bugs, and like when you leave the area or you go somewhere else, it'll go back to normal.
It's showing my skin. That's what it's showing, because
I've seen like Stasis look weird too. Like we went somewhere and landed, and then like in Mount Magnus, and all of a sudden she looked really weird. Like she had like a weird color to her, and then it went away.
They said that. Yeah, they did say they're working on that though, trying to fix that. But I wouldn't know how to tell.
I've also noticed that sometimes, like if you buy an outfit and the outfit was originally one color, that tends to happen if you bought the outfit and it was changed to a different color. Like the original color will glitch and show through.
Oh, it's still red for me out here. Also, keep in mind, one of those graphical options that we change, I believe it's TAA, it says something in the fine print about it, how it says it may make certain objects look differently. Could be experiencing that also. Oh, sorry if my frame rate's low, guys. I'm running a bunch of stuff so that I could have looked at the color. But, yeah, I had her stuff running and my stuff running at the same, like overlapped, and it screwed it up. It'll adjust itself, don't worry. See, told you. There we are, back to normal. Sorry, fellas. We get way more views on demand than we're getting live anyway. On demand's where it's at.
Like, what's it look like on my back now?
That looks like a coffin. You still have the red for some reason, but that looks like a coffin.
Well, okay. There it is.
Let me see something. Am I allowed to change? Let me see if the graphic options have something to do with this.
Yeah, it's showing like my... I think I have an NGS body thing on. I need to change that. I don't think it's you. I think it's me. And I think I know what it is. Let me go into town. Well, I could change it later. It's no big deal. I gotta put on my bodysuit. I don't think I have on my black bodysuit.
I changed it off of the setting that we have that's supposed to make it look like to change the effect or something.
I don't think that's it though. What I think is I have NGS mixed with bass.
Yeah, but then why does it look fine on Stasis' screen?
She don't have NGS mixed with bass, right?
You mean like on her actual cosmetic?
Her cosmetics, yeah. All of hers is all NGS right now, right?
But why would that affect what she
switch
sees?
any of it to bass? It's like I have a mixture. I got my underlayer of NGS when I think it should be bass PS.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure TAA is the way it should go. It just could be a glitch. What's up? What's up, my man Cabby gone in the room?
Hello, Cabby.
You guys got to give props to Cabby Gun, man. The way we have the way on the Joe Rogan show they have Jamie as their behind the scenes tech guy. We have Cabby Gun.
Yeah, he's always pulling crazy stuff up for us mad quick. We appreciate that.
And again, that goes back to what we were talking about, the original conversation we were having in this stream. The adults, the older people, seem to eat a lot of shit and not get enough credit for the work that goes into this kind of stuff, and then the young people just kind of fucking flop around and and that's it. I don't mean in my streams just specifically, just my thing in general, you know. Anyway, yeah, that's a graphical thing.
Okay.
It's just a glitch. Oh, that's right. I gotta do. Oh, did I do inventory? There's probably a drop storage. They're like, you were talking for a long time, bro. We're sorry, but there's a drop storage. Unless you want to pay us like Ginyu does.
Well, what's that? What, premium?
Yeah. I'm not criticizing. I think it's great. I kind of want premium. It's just like, that's one of those things where it's like, I want premium, but I can't justify. I can afford not justify. You know?
I'm cool with it.
No, I'm just talking about. We're talking about the game. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying it's like I can't afford, but it's like when I'm looking, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, it costs more than a subscription service.
Ooh.
No, when I changed it from FXA or whatever to TA, it says warning on TAA and may have graphical glitches. So I was wondering if that's why Genyu's outfit looks distorted. Because my Phantasy Star is heavily adjusted. Like I did everything to the graphics, to the depth of field, to the lighting, to the frame rate, to the blur, to the controls. Like this, at this point, this is completely not how it was. So I was just wondering something I did. Like most people who I've done this with, they say that after I'm finished, like the game looks fantastic next to Sega's defaults. And it's because Sega, I guess, just didn't test it. They left it at whatever PC defaults were, and a lot of people don't know PC settings. Give me a minute, because I want to screw this up. I'm converting all this to cash, right?
I got removed from the party.
Not by us. Oh no, both of you are somewhere else.
First of all, it's because both of you are in the city and I'm outside of the city. So everything's fine.
No. It's something popped up on my screen saying Kenya's been removed from party.
No, it said
But
it probably
I
said
hear
that
y'all.
you're now the sub leader. Because if you leave the party, if we're in different zones, a person becomes the sub leader. But anyway, like I was saying about Phantasy Star, when they ported this game over, they let all the video options of a PC be up there, and I guess they didn't optimize it, so I had to show quite a few people to make it look like this is not the way it comes. Is that everything? Yep, let's head over to Mount Magnus.
Do you want to grab this thing? You could cash it in for money. I forget what they're called.
Alpha reactor, sure.
Alpha reactors.
Yeah, I'm like right outside the city doors.
I bought 200 alpha reactors from Zandy. We bought all her alpha reactors. That's the whole point of maxing out your seasonal points. You
I
can
must
buy.
have already got it. Oh no, there it is.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see it at first.
Yeah, that's the point of maxing out your seasonal points. You know,
Mm-hmm.
because you want to get all 200 alpha reactors from Zandy. You want to buy everything that Zandy has. What did you do?
Where's your wand at?
I
How come
cashed
don't
the
see
alpha
your
reactor.
wand? You can
Where's
do
my
that
what?
from the field.
Do what?
Turn in alpha reactors for money.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, never
you
mind.
could you could convert anything to cash.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I've
I've
never
been saving them. I don't know how much I got then.
I've never sold anything at a shop the whole time I've been on this game. I always go to the thing and convert to cash. Alright, well, I guess we head to Rezzle so we could tear some shit up. You play your cards right in the right team with Rezzle, you can max out those seasonal points. The trick is not to get married to any of these shit teams that are around, and I mean that with the utmost respect if you're a shit team and you're watching this. But like when I'm going in there and I'm seeing people that are level 14/12 and level 17/13, like you're specifically not what I'm looking for to get PSE bursts. It's one thing to be like level 20/15 or even level 20/12 and one's a bouncer. But when you're level 14/10 or something, like, did you just get here? Okay, who's in here?
I'm here.
It's just the three of us. See what I mean? They gave us a shit lobby. Let me see if I could get us something better.
Oh, to the room. Take us to another room. And come back.
Do you have to be party leader to do that, or does it matter?
I
You
am
have to
party
be
leader.
party leader.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm party leader. I'm looking now. The best I could do is this room that has 3 people.
So now we got 6, right?
Yep. Everything else was like 7 out of 8, and it would have just split us again. And see the 2 people who are in here, they seem to not be like level 14/12. Look, there's more of them. All right. Rezzle Forest is my favorite place, so it works out that this is the grind place. When you use your photon power, do you like use all of it and then use your regular attacks to build it back up?
Yes. I use a combination of photon power and regular attack.
What I'm saying is, like, do you do, like, you're swinging a few regular swings and then you're using, like, a photon art, then more regular swings, then photon art? Or do you just use all of the photon arts until you can't anymore and then go back to regular swinging?
No, I use regular hits. Input. A mixture.
The reason
I
I'm
can't do
asking...
that.
Oh, because the reason I'm asking is because I started watching videos on combat. I don't know if it's the same for every class, but I know that with my class, to get the most damage when you're fighting enemies, I've always done the opposite of this at games. But what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to get your photon meter all the way up, and then photon until it's completely empty, and then go back to building it all the way up, and then photon skill until it's empty again. Which I find interesting, because I always thought that to get the most, you would want to do combo photon, like mix it all up. But no, they said specifically for Tekker, you just use your wand, this wave smash, over and over till you're out of photon energy completely. Then you build it back up is the best way. So I was wondering if, like, with a hunter, like, are you supposed to, like, just spend all your hunter skill and then start comboing with the sword again? Or is it faster to, like, not?
For me, it's I can't do that.
Because I was thinking it might mess with the fluidity of the combo. Like, if you have a combo and then you chain a photon art to the end of it, might be better than, like, if you just photon, you know? I could see why with a Tekker it would make sense, I guess.
A red one with a shield. Okay. Get on this.
What's up? We are doing the seasonal grind. Halloween. What is this? Are we on part 2 of Halloween yet? This is part 2?
Part 2.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was.
Yes, sir. Part 2.
Okay, so it's 2-week event. Yeah.
Oh, I ran into all of that. I can't believe that.
Thank God they're going to be making it easier to hit PSC burst, though. Because that's what makes this take hours. It's just like the fucking PSC burst. If we get a good group, though, we can hit them fast.
I'm here. You get it real quick. It's a try.
One more bar. I'm only here for the PSC burst.
Where is the... Oh, there it is. We need another blue or green tea.
I think we can hit it right here if we mess everything up.
I've never hit it on one of these, on the E.
Damn. You gotta
gotta drop.
everything, huh?
What'd I get? What'd I get?
I'm getting stuck on these trees. I'm gonna be so pissed off if I miss the damn PSC burst because it is shit.
See what I mean? I should have. That's what I say. You never get on the emergency part, the E part.
I didn't notice that before.
But we should have already gotten that. Way too fast.
Yeah, I didn't notice that until you pointed it out. I didn't realize you only get it on the T's. Well, that means we're gonna get it right now.
Yep. As soon as you beat the boss on this one, you get it.
Trial start.
They just throw those quality armors at you, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
They don't give me shit. They're like, lucky we let you come here.
And PS burst. What happened?
PSC.
There we go.
Yes.
Good work.
Wow, this whole PSC burst is shitting on me for rare drops. I didn't get really anything that good. Who's the boss of this one? Of this burst? Oh, you. Time to buff you guys again. Have some buff and some heal. Bring him down to a knee and then we'll fuck him up. There we go.
Oh. Well, Tim, good. Let's see if we can get another one real quick. What's another T?
That was the one time I got a PSE burst that I didn't get any damn rare drops at all.
Were you using your AoE a lot?
Yes.
That. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Look at that blue team. Trial.
We need new conversations. Now that we're going to be stuck in Reso Forest grinding those PSE bursts, we need new conversation pieces.
Oh, you said you didn't. You don't do Thanksgiving?
Oh, no, I was kidding.
Oh, okay.
We kind of... Damn, how come I can't get over? Where the fuck are you guys? You know what it is?
What's your favorite food?
There are some Thanksgivings that we just haven't participated because we didn't feel like dealing with all of the work that went into it, so we just kind of stood by ourselves and put minimal work. Thank you. Sorry I'm late.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
What are you doing? What's going on?
No, he didn't get the chest, so he never come and get it. And because the E moves around, he didn't know where to go.
Oh, let's get it. Here we go, another burst. Go to the green, the T, trial.
We're following the symbols. We'll be there.
Sweet potato crunch is what my wife does. I like to do a drunken turkey.
I used to be a big macaroni salad guy until I got on keto. That was my shit.
I think we can make the exception this year. Especially me.
Wow, another PSC, bro. Yeah, like she became model status. Like I got a little fit, but like damn. You know, she can afford to eat ice cream and pie and cake if she wants to. I just wouldn't recommend it.
Nah, I probably have like a fucking seizure from all this chocolate.
I've been eating really healthy for a while. Now I have leniency, but I like to eat good.
But yeah, now that sounds good. Some macaroni salad, some fried plantains. Oh.
What a Manhattan.
What am I doing this year? Good question.
Wow. The sound in here is messing with my ears.
Let me get through this PSC burst and we'll talk.
No, it's not. It's in my headphones.
It's gonna be the dragon, right? Oh no, it's what's his name? Boojin.
Get off me. There we go.
Wow, they killed him fast. Holy shit. We are with the right group here. So this Thanksgiving, I don't know what my thing's going to be. A good question. I also have to schedule it properly. I know I said I'm going to be doing less scheduled content aside from Mondays, which it remains to be true. Oh shit, did I not get the box that goes to that? Let me go back for it.
Okay, what's the next one?
I know I didn't. I said I was going to do less scheduled content, which is going to be true aside from Mondays. But that being said, whatever day Survivor Series is in November, that Monday, because Survivor Series is on a Sunday, that Monday after Survivor Series is always the anniversary of the creation of our brand, TalkBrunch. So sometime in November, I want to say Survivor Series is usually around the 18th. Whenever it is, that Monday after Survivor Series, we're supposed to have like a big show. I don't know if that happens to be the same week that's Thanksgiving, because usually Thanksgiving, Survivor Series is a Thanksgiving pay-per-view. So we usually wind up with Survivor Series, Thanksgiving, and the TalkBrunch anniversary, Black Friday, and all of that shit like in a week.
Oh yeah, because then it's usually Wednesday or Thursday is going to be Thanksgiving, then Black Friday, then it's going to be the Survivor Series, all in a row.
Yeah, like Thanksgiving weekend is crazy because that's literally usually what winds up happening.
Yes.
You guys got another fucking burst, what? No, it's always Thursday. Right, what we're saying is when Survivor Series is what matters. Because Survivor Series is always Sunday. But I don't know what Sunday. But the point I'm making is that Monday after Survivor Series is the TalkBrunch anniversary special. So there's a chance, for example, that it could be Thursday's Thanksgiving, Friday's Black Friday, and then I guess you would have Saturday off. Sunday would be Survivor Series, and then Monday would be TalkBrunch. Okay, so the
Keep cutting
TalkBrunch.
down on me. I can't hear you. There's all this going on.
I'll fix it.
Oh, you got it.
TSC climax.
Okay, so I'll give me right after you kill this dragon, I can tell you the exact schedule of when I'm going to be doing.
There we go. That's quick.
Let me switch it to stasis because that'll mess with the audio going out to you.
I like your fire wand. Looks neat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, there should be less audio issues now. So I had too much going on at once with that other screen. Leaving that her leaves me a little bit more elbow room here. But yeah, so he said that Thanksgiving Day is the 25th. Survivor Series is the 21st. So basically it will go, wow, what an interesting week that would be, because we would have Black Friday. We would have Thanksgiving, Black Friday. Survivor Series is November 21st.
talking about wrestling, right?
Yeah, well, I'm using it as a marker for the calendar. Oh shit. So yeah, good lord. So we would have Survivor Series, the big Survivor Series pay-per-view on the 21st, probably an NXT pay-per-view on the 20th. So NXT pay-per-view on the 20th, Survivor Series on the 21st. The TalkBrunch anniversary would be the 22nd. And then I guess yeah, you get the 23rd and 24th for nothing, and then Black Friday, and then Thanksgiving and Black Friday.
And that's not including, we don't know what AEW is doing.
Actually, we do. All we have to do is look at what's the next pay-per-view called? AEW Full Gear? That'd be crazy if that. Can you imagine if that shit somehow? I don't think it falls there. I think it's sooner. I think it's coming up next. But yeah, I'll have to see, because I might not even do an anniversary thing this year.
What? No anniversary?
Yeah, I'm just not really feeling it. Plus, there's Cyber Monday. I wanna do stuff on Cyber Monday, which will be the Monday that I'd be doing the damn show all day. You know. You can hear me better now because the audio's not outputting through my system when it's on her. Like her capture card's taking care of all of that.
Trial start.
Yeah, so the AEW will be a week before 14th. Wow, yeah, AEW will be so much of that stuff. So much of that stuff. I certainly didn't give myself any fans to the people that listened to the beginning of the stream, because now they hear how much I hate doing it. But no, it's just that it's a lot of work. I enjoy when I'm on there. Like at times, it's just other shit is rough. I wait. Like if my activity of choice on stream is probably the least popular, which is what we're doing. Phantasy Star. Sunday night we didn't stream at all, and Stasis and I were here in Rezo Forest all night, essentially off stream, and we just had podcasts on in the background that we were listening to while we just ran all of the PSE bursts in Rezo Forest. And we had the season was maxed out. Like the stuff I would like to do ideally is more like this and less like the shit I'm doing. But this isn't really like, it's too redundant, you know? It's just what I'd like to do. How come this guy's not registering to blow? That was so weird. Enemy out there not reacting at all. This is such a great place for these PSE bursts. I can't help but notice that they're being less generous than they were last week, though. They turned on the frequency of rare drops or something. Regular Survivor, right? Not Survivor Series. Well, has to be, and there won't be tickets to Survivor, so I'm not talking about Survivor Series too. No, because they're having trouble. WWE is having trouble moving tickets right now. They're gonna have to drop that. They're doing that now, but they're also doing in New York, like a lot of, when they were here, they were doing like a lot of 2-for-1 specials and shit because their tickets aren't moving the way they used to. There was a Survivor Series in New York. I believe we were there in the garden. I don't know if that was the last one, though. That was a while ago. They might have had more Survivor Series there since then. Oh wow, he fucked me up. That's new. Oh, it was at the Barclay when I went, actually. Dang, that you reminded me when you said that. It's a Survivor Series at the Barclay this year? I must have announced it then and not even thought about it when I said it. Wow. That's a great experience, man. Like, I've always told people, you have no idea how fucking cool it is. Doing that Barclay Center and all. And Survivor Series is one of my favorite pay-per-views. So getting to go there, and it was the first ever Survivor Series at the Barclay Center, and The Rock was there and Cena was there, so it was like an iconic roster at the time, too. But yeah, so like, I didn't realize they were at the Barclay Center. Just because of the atmosphere and because of how good the production of the show was, that's something that if I knew, I might have still considered.
I mean, if ticket sales are the way that you're saying, you might still be able to.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I actually have a couple of connections in regards to that I'd have to look into. But really, the tickets aren't expensive enough that I wouldn't just go. But yeah, we have a blast when we go to Survivor Series. It's better than going to a house show or a Raw. Yeah, they're gonna still have tickets. They haven't been selling out.
Trial start.
The hell? We're getting PFC burst fast with these guys, man.
Yo, I'm getting rare drops of the ass.
Not doing it for me anymore. Don't forget that somewhere around here is one of those round treasure orbs on the floor.
Yeah, I know, I haven't taken my eye off of it.
Like it's pickable now, I just don't know exactly where it is. And we should finish the PSE burst.
By the big glowing E burst.
so funny. For some reason, I've gotten into a weird habit. My text wave crash. I don't even have it mapped to a controller button. It's the number 0 on my keypad. And it's like the attack I use the most. Oh, this bastard. Oh, please don't tell me that. I was about to say, I was like, am I gonna legit get down by him too? You might wanna, when you get a chance, fight this boss. I got used to those Takis, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a carb guy, but I've done keto enough that I could get away with some every now and then. I think, let's try these Takis. I got used to it, though, after having it feel like the first time I was like, oh my god, what's happening? And I was just like, I'll take a Taki.
Like that.
Just because I didn't know. Like, I was like, what the fuck? And then, like, the first time, like, it was one of those things where, like, the crumbs fell into the back of my throat. And I was like, oh my god, there's no fixing this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're gonna be craving them soon. I'm going to town. I think I'm about to call it a night. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. At least we got some stuff accomplished in Rezo. I mean, we've been done with our dailies. I just like coming here and grinding the shit out of it. What do we got now? Look at that. We're at 33,000 seasonal points out of the 150 we could get this week. At a steady pace, we could reach max. What I do is, if I'm gonna keep streaming, I go to PSO2 and I do story mode. And if I'm gonna not stream, I'll just hang on Rezo Force and listen to podcasts off air. But we'll see.
What podcast you listen to?
Usually I'll listen to Jim Cornette. That's like my top one. Keeping It 100 with Conan and Disco Inferno is probably my other. What else? Look at this. Probably first time ever talking about the podcast I listen to, so they're getting plugs for that. Eric Bischoff podcast, 83 Weeks. Those are probably like the main 3 things that I want to say I'm usually listening to. I usually listen to clips and excerpts from, like, I rarely listen to the whole thing. But yeah, those are like the 3. And Joe Rogan, I listen to Joe Rogan.
Oh man, my bank is full. What?
Your banking is full in this? Oh, you mean
Yeah, my bank is full.
with items?
Uh-huh. I gotta clean out my bank. I got a machine gun. Flame weapon.
Wow, this has been a 3-hour stream, and that's funny. There's still content in New Genesis, man, because we haven't even gone to PSO2. But that's mainly because of us and all the ranting and conversations we had. You missed the earlier conversation, Cabby, on this whole stream. It wasn't even about Phantasy Star. Most of the New Genesis streams are just about the conversations. But this stream's topic was what's the wording of it? Should you have to pay royalty fees to the game developers that's game you are streaming, since as a streamer you have a possibility of making money from the stream, because there's developers that feel like you should have to pay them royalties. And that sort of segued into a recent story that's reemerged about Nintendo going after YouTubers for streaming their content, which had me explaining to Ginyu that when you're someone in my situation that has more stuff to stream than you know what to do with, and you come across a developer that is giving you shit for it, that it's easier to just be like, forget it, fuck them, and not stream their stuff anymore and do other shit, which is what most variety streamers tend to do. When Nintendo or any company from that matter give you a hard time about streaming their content, no one's gonna really fight it. You're just, even though you could fight it because of fair use and all that shit, most of us, unless it's something we love, we'd be like, fine, we won't stream your shit anymore. It's free advertising. And a lot of these games get over because of the fact that the streamers are on here streaming, and supporters will see the shit and then want to play it. It's literally free advertising. And if you're a company that doesn't want that, I mean, it's their prerogative. But it's also our prerogative as streamers to just be like, hey, then we just won't stream it. Fuck it, we won't buy the game anymore. If there's a chance I'm going to buy a game or put money on a game and then I'm going to get flagged for playing the game, then yeah, there's two sides of it. There's the side that they should get paid for the thing, but if I bought the fucking game, then I shouldn't have to pay them for any rights to play the game on a stream. I didn't agree with either side. I just gave opinions on both. Yeah, one side, sure. You're able to make a profit from being a streamer. Not every streamer does. But then on the other side of it, it's like, we already paid for their game.
Yep.
And like Stasis pointed out, if you're in a bodega or in a grocery store and there's music running in the background, that's like if the artist came in there and was like, hey, you got to give me money again, even though the CD you bought, you're playing in your bodega. But because other people are in the store buying shit, listening to it, you got to pay them again. Like, it's a little bit crazy as far as that goes. And when it comes to the companies, I think it's a foolish move to make, because what will wind up happening is people won't want to buy their games if they're limited to being able to stream them. But on the other side, if you have a company big enough that you don't give a fuck about losing the streaming community, then, what do you care? But I do think that the streamers, they can make the choice I would make if someone did that to me and be like, well, I won't stream your shit. There's another game, I'll play another game then.
The art and the artist.
Right. Sega's pretty positive towards streamers, just because I've seen them promote people who are making content for this game. So for the most part, only Nintendo right now has a grievance with it, where they don't want you playing their games on the air. Which is why you don't find many Nintendo Twitch streamers or streamers in general. You don't find much Nintendo content.
Well, didn't Nintendo do that because they don't necessarily, they have vetted the, no, they do it to all of them, don't they? Right?
Well, I haven't seen this recent, because this is recent, like in the last 24 hours. I haven't seen the recent thing, like the details of it. Most of the time with Nintendo, they had a system that you became like the equivocal to what Bandai Namco has, their preferred content creators, people who they support as streamers. Nintendo had an equivocal of that, except that theirs, they were taking their money, and like they weren't giving them any, like they kind of were ripping them off with this thing. This time around, I don't know what it is, but from what I've heard, they're just going after YouTubers, which, that, like I said, they've been known to do. They're not the only ones that have been known to do. Like, usually it's an NDA disclosure, an NDA agreement until the game's release will be a normal common fight. But with Nintendo specifically, they just don't want shit streamed, which in my opinion, I think it fucks them up, because
do you think they're doing it like they would do, like Disney would do their actors or their content? You know how Disney is about a certain way, you would have to
maybe, but with Nintendo,
conduct yourself outside of Disney.
I think that it's just that their system and their platform has never been focused on being part of social media and the internet and all this other chaos, this digital hell that society has created. And as a result, they probably just don't see the value or necessity of having people out there doing that, which I can totally understand from that standpoint. But I think it does hurt them because you don't know how many times people come into streams and like, oh, what's this game? And you tell them the game, I'm getting it now. Like, and all developers know that. It's no different than, like I said before, when you try to have your song played at a club so that other people will hear it. Like, that's what Twitch is. When someone comes into your room and they see a game they haven't seen before, for indie developers, that shit is heaven. That's why indie developers will give out free codes to big streamers so that they can get their game out there with advertising. So I think in their case, it's unique, but they've always had an attitude, which I can respect. They sort of live by the beat of their own drum. You know what I mean? Where it's like Nintendo's in their own world and they're doing it's almost like WWE. Nintendo and WWE share that, where it's like they don't give a fuck if you think it's silly or childish or goofy. They're in their own world. This is what they're gonna do. They have a preemptive vision, and it's not manipulated by the opinions of fans or the dismay of others, and it's worked for them, and they're not gonna change it until it's proven otherwise. So it's like I can't even argue and be like, oh, you're fucking up. It works, right? WWE does it no matter how much I go, oh, fucking Roman Reigns. It's like they'll do it, and it works for them, and if it's making them money and they're cash flow positive, then it's like, who the fuck's gonna tell them otherwise? You know?
Yeah, like
as much as I love Sega, if Sega did it on the other hand, I'd have a little bit more of an argument. It would be like, hey, you guys have been known to make shitty choices at times. You've literally had consoles go under as a result of shitty management. Are you sure you know what you're doing? I might have a little bit more of a discredit toward them because of, hey, let's not forget, we had to bury the Dreamcast in the backyard with the ET cartridges. And that was a result of shitty management. You know what I mean? And I love the Dreamcast, but it's not us who buried it.
Why'd you bring up E.T.? Why'd you do that?
Because it died like the Dreamcast. It was in the ground.
Hit it with a big punch.
I just brought up other dead things. I'm not comparing it by any means to E.T. But the point being, and I don't think Sega would do that because Sega's a great company now. But the point being that I'm making is that there'd be more speculation for them making a questionable decision than there would be for Nintendo, just because Nintendo does their own directs. They do their own thing. They don't want to be a part of E3. They're not trying to do what everybody else does. They're not trying to be like everybody else, which is exactly what I said we try to do as streamers. So how am I going to be critical of them and be like, oh, they're not doing what everybody else is doing. Those bastards, they're doing a different thing from the rest of you. Like, yeah, that's fine. And in their vision, they don't give a shit if you stream or not. But the point I'm making is that if anyone else besides them did, like people in general, not just them, if people did that, then I just wouldn't stream their games. I'd find other stuff since I have a clouded schedule as always. But there are people who live to become these Nintendo ambassadors. There are people who that's their life, and if they don't get that shit, they're angry. I've seen people on YouTube that their whole channel's Nintendo, that there's Nintendo plushies in their whole background, that they have Nintendo shirt on, the logo, and they've gone off. I'm not an ambassador, bro, or trying to become one. Like, for people that are going in that one direction, then yeah.
Would you have a different opinion if you were making quite a bit of money off of it?
If I was making quite a bit of money off of what specifically?
Say you were making quite a bit of money off of whatever, WWE or Sega or whatever, and significant. Life-changing money.
Like if I had a significant amount of life-changing money for playing PSO for Sega, for example.
Right.
But
that's
would I have it? Yeah.
Do you want to come and get this chest?
That's what I'm asking. What would it change specifically? Like what are you asking? Would I change? Like, would it change my opinion on what? I guess is the question I'm asking you.
Okay, let me put it like this. Say you were streaming it,
right?
And then you were making significant, quite a bit of money from streaming their content, and then they gave you a stop or say, hey, don't stream our content anymore. We're giving you NDA or whatever. What would you do then?
And I was making a significant amount of money.
Sponsorship. You pay them some money to stream that game. Now it takes a little bit of your money away, but it's significant enough to be like, you have to follow their rules in order to stream it.
I mean, if they just came to us out of the blue and were like, hey, you got to stop streaming this, then that's when I would claim fair use, which I have done with bigger companies and won. And I'd be like, fair use, we're allowed to use this content. Again, repeating my little philosophy here. Okay, fair use being when we repurpose copyrighted material for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research, or parody, is not an infringement of copyright, and thus we are entitled to freely use portions of the copyrighted material for purposes such as commentary, criticism, satire, jokes, etc. I would throw that at them, which is the truth.
Yeah, and you go to court. Say that they take you to court, you go to court.
I mean, they would have to take Amazon or Facebook to court because they're the ones that are the messengers that are giving me the DMCA that I've responded with the copyright claim, which is accurate. I mean, I'm sure, I guess they could try. I don't know exactly how they would be able to. You know what I mean? It would be actually surprising because of how accurate what I'm saying is. Like, I've literally had big companies like Showtime Boxing, when we ran a clip while talking over it, be like, hey, blah, blah, and I've repeated to what I've said to you to them verbatim in text, and then got the notification that they lifted their claims. They literally can't do shit if you're actually doing that. If you're actually doing these things, it's an actual law. Almost every Monday, put it this way, almost every Monday in the middle of the show, and we make a joke about it, we actually talk about it on the show. Every Monday in the middle of the show, I get a notification from somewhere about some sort of a copyright DMCA thing. Not a strike, but just some sort of a thing that I'm a claim or whatever you want to call it. And while talking on the show, I refuted right there. Like, while talking. There's times I've done it there. I've been like, oh, look, one of them came. Hold on, guys. Let's get it done. I've done it right on the fucking air. Like, when I've counterclaim those in real time, you know, you'd have to literally be stealing somebody's shit, where it's like, I come in here and I go, hey guys, you want to watch WrestleMania? All right, I'm gonna put it on, and then I put it on and I'm sitting, then I'm like, man, that was a good WrestleMania. Then I'm fucked. But if I go, hey guys, what do you think about WrestleMania? You know, let's have a show where we talk about WrestleMania, and then they go, well, here's a match that I like. Look at how they worked in the ring, and look at the outfits they wore. They can't do anything.
They can't? Okay. Because it's a different way that you worded it, or what?
Because I'm reviewing it. I'm critiquing it. I'm reporting on it.
Like a critic.
I'm commentating on it.
Okay.
Criticism, copyright, all of those things they're going to stay away from.
Interesting.
But what I'm saying is that if what you're saying was to go through, the alternative being that you're just not allowed to stream people's stuff, then the people who would suffer the most are people dependent on just streams where you're sitting and playing the game and not doing anything. You're not teaching, you're not tutorialing. Like, it would still, if those laws ever were solidified, it would still only affect the people that are doing a stream like this, essentially, than my Monday stuff, where it's like, it's an overview of things.
Yeah.
It's an interesting topic. Like I said, I see the contrary to both sides, because like I said before, there's a lot of people who come on here and they go, oh, my hard work, I do so much hard work as a streamer. But their stream is literally them sitting down playing video games. And to me, that offends me as a content creator who does that, but does more, who creates podcasts, who does programs of things, and, you know, creates like scripts and shit. So it's like, I like the possibility of that happening just because it'll limit people and it'll force them to be creative and not just sit and play games and think that they're God's gift. Because like I said before, what makes you so special that you think you're entitled because you're sitting and playing a game and people are watching? Your content should be more than that. I put a lot of my heart and soul into the Monday shit. Sitting and playing a video game, anybody could do. That's extra stuff so I can hang out with people, sure. But I don't like the Twitch channels where that's all they do. It's just like, hey, I just sit here and play games all day. No podcast, no direction, no conversations with people. Nothing that's freaking mentally stimulating or thought-provoking. Just me and my fucking face in the camera playing a game. Like, that does bother me. I think there should be more. Some sort of discourse, some sort of connection with your supporters. And like I said, and Destin will tell you this, a lot of my friends will tell you this, don't never say fans, my fans. That triggers me too. You're not a rock star. I'm not the fucking Beatles. We do not have fans because I'm not above anybody who's in the chat room or anybody who's here. We're all equals, and they are viewers or listeners, because that's what they're technically doing. Viewing or listening. Supporters. You know, You know what I mean? I don't like when people are like, oh, my fans. You're fans. Because you're playing fucking Conker's Bad Fur Day? Fuck you. And you're fans. You know what I mean? You don't have fans. You're a regular person like me. So I've never fucking said to anybody, my fan. These aren't my fans. These are my friends. These are people that I know that I'm interacting with. And so what pisses me off is that there's a lot of streamers that they like to sit there and game and sit in their seats and act like they're gods, like they're better than the other people. And not necessarily in a derogatory way, but just in an entitlement way. And I don't like that shit. You know? The fact that they can call people fans and they don't even think twice about it, like the fact you call them fans? That shit is like, words mean shit to me. Like, I'm not going to call anybody my fan.
Words are powerful.
You know, but that just shows how a lot of these streamers see themselves. They think they're rock stars. They think they're fucking celebrities. They're not. You know, they're just people like us that are gaming. And it's just they don't have the humility to treat people better. So I think that on the contrary, the fact that they do make you become a Nintendo ambassador, let's look at the flip side of it. Nintendo's not going to have people acting like dickheads if they make you an ambassador. So now they're able to control some of that. They're not gonna let you have shitty content like what I just talked about. Somebody just sitting there like a zombie doing a stream. They're gonna want you to contribute more. At least this is my assumption. I've never been in the program. That being said, so there's good sides to it too. Especially for somebody like me who doesn't like the streamer culture and the fact that people look up to them. I don't think, again, to be clear, I don't mind there being streamers. I don't like the culture, the simp culture that looks up to them. I don't want anyone to
Simp.
look...
What does simp mean?
It's a word they don't like you using because it basically is people who support other streamers. It's a derogatory word, or at least Twitch has made it a derogatory word for people who support other streamers, who are always in the streams helping them or just a part of their community. They came up with the word simp as a way where it's almost like you're calling them like it's like a digital underling. And the reason Amazon didn't like this word being used is because if people who are in the chat hanging out with you, if they start getting a bad perception, like, haha, do we be hanging out? Then that's going to basically kill the cash flow, which is what this whole thing runs on. So it wasn't so much that they were trying to protect these people from having like a derogatory experience as much as they don't want the culture itself to be looked at negatively, which is another thing I have an issue with because there are parts, not all, but parts of the culture that are negative. And to me, that's one of them. I don't like that there are people who look down at the viewers or stuff, whatever. I seen these streamers, I won't mention names, but they had like a sheet to sign in. They're playing Call of Duty, and you have to go to their Discord or their Guilded, and you have to sign a sheet if you'd like to join the game. And that's fine if you have like 100 people in your chat room, but it was like the two of them, and then two other people came in, and they're like, hey guys, you signed the sheet? They're the only two motherfuckers there. What is this? What do you mean that you signed the sheet? There's two motherfuckers in your chat room, and you're actually gonna fucking link them out of the chat room to go fill out a shit to sign. Like that triggered me because I was like, what are you doing? If my guys are in the chat and they have the game set and like, hey, can I join? I'm like, sure, get on the game. I never like say no to that. But to be like, have you filled out our form? And that's what I mean. Don't fake it till you make it. Don't act like you're a big streamer and you're a small streamer. We're tiny fucking streamers. There's lots of tiny streamers though, like us, but they don't act like it. They'll be like, have you filled out the form? The form? There's 4 of you. There's more Power Rangers than there are of you right now. And you have a form? Zordon didn't even have a fucking form.
You say Power Rangers?
I did say Power Rangers. Zordon didn't even have a fucking form. There were 5 of them, and he went, look, the 5 of you got attitudes, and we need to fight Rita. Go. Can you imagine if Zordon would have been like, hey, Rangers, here's the job application. Fill out your date of birth, social security. Get the fuck out of here, dude. We're on Twitch playing video games. We're supposed to be having fun. This whole thing's supposed to be fun. And I get mad when people are on here like they're hot shit with a couple of viewers going, have you filled out the form to play the game with me? Why? Are you Jesus? But like I said, it's weird because we're...
Go.
All right, dude.
Good night, go.
Good night, Genya.
Night, man.
Power Rangers.
Damn right, Power Rangers. As a matter of fact, when you leave, I'm going to hit the teleport out button just to stay consistent when I have the button for it. Now I lost the button for it. No, where it is. There it is. But But yeah, it's weird. Like I said, we're part of the streaming culture, but we're almost like the anti-streaming culture. I see that too much. There's people that Stasis and I used to support and sub to me. I was kind of like, why do you talk down to your thing? They're not fans. You're just playing the game. There was one Phantasy Star stream we did a couple months ago, if anybody finds it, where I go off. I'm screaming into mic. I'm like, what makes you so fucking special? Just because it was just like, there's so many streamers doing that shit to people, man. And then they get this, and I'm not trying to make this too much of a rant, but they have sub-only streams now where it's like, which is fine if you have 1,000 viewers. This is our sub-only stream or our Patreon stream. Sign up for our Patreon for extra content. They got like 5 people, and they're like, here's our sub-only stream. What is wrong with you? Are you fucking crazy and denial? You did a sub-only screen for your community? That's insulting to the 5 that are fucking supporting you. You have a couple of guys who may not sub to that shit, you know? There was a guy that we knew that he seemed to like, and that's the thing. It's also a culture that it's almost like, it's funny. We were watching, and Cabigon was in the private stream with me when we were watching this. We were watching this that Chloe, what's her name? Chloe, Christy Mack. We were watching that whole thing. And I'm not, because I know people, because this is what happens on Mondays. They'll always paraphrase shit that I say. They'll be like, Rick compared the fucking cult to Twitch and Amazon. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what I learned from watching that is that in cultures like that, in communities and in cults, you will find that there is a sense of is it feudalism is the word that I'm looking for? Where it's almost like, I don't know if that's the word that I'm looking for, and it's definitely not tribalism, but you will find that there is that master-slave shit to a different extent. What's the old shit for?
I was just surprised that we hit a PSE burst.
Oh, I thought it was because I said master slave. I was like, I could say that. Oh, but anyway, you know, there is that master slave culture, not to the extent of the cults, but on Twitch I find it where like you got people who, you know, they just want to they want to find somebody's ass to kiss on here, you know. They want to find somebody's, like, you know, they want to be part of a thing where they go to the stream, oh, I love watching you, and all this other shit. And it just creates that kind of negativity. Instead of trying to build something together, which is what my goal has always been, to try to work on something together. But, like I said, society and the world have changed. That's the reason why I said, after Halloween, Stasis and I are going to pretend that it's the pandemic again. We're just going to go back to being low-key, off the grid, and just come on here whenever the hell we want. It's way too hard to coordinate, which we used to have a coordinator, and she was terrible at it anyway, the girl whose name I won't mention. But we used to have a coordinator who would try to get everybody to time and schedule so we could do things that involve groups, and it's just too much. It's to a point where it's kind of like, oh yes, burst climb, like what is the dragon again? Good. It's just to a point where it's like, it's way easier to just not fucking think about that kind of stuff. Anyone who's ever tried to do community streams or community event, you know that it becomes a, hey, you're going to be around at this time? Hey, you're going to be around at that time? Hey, when are you free? Oh, you're free at this time? Let me check back with this person. Fuck all that, man. Like, I'm not, I want to be an ARC in the NGS world, and I'm going to focus on being a fucking ARC, because honestly, the stress of getting coordination between people and people to get everything right, which has always been like a thing that I think has suffered from every community, but this one specifically, is a big headache. And it was less of a headache when I actually cared than now where I actually rather be doing this. Now it's kind of, I have to talk myself out of doing something I much rather do, to do shit that I much rather not put up with, to organize with people I much rather not always deal with, because of the challenge of getting coordination and schedules and things going. So it's kind of like, before, when it was my top priority, it was easier of a sell. Then now we're kind of like, nah, I could be playing a different game or doing some other shit that's not trying to fucking get everything together. Like a lot of the games that we're playing that require 4 players, I tend to wait until there's 4 players. I tend to try to coordinate 4 people. And like I've always jokingly said, you always wind up with teams of 3 or teams of 5, which you have 1 too little or 1 too many, so someone's going to feel left out. You always wind up with a strange number of people, and then the timing of people, or people will always be ready to play, and you can ask any streamer this. People always be ready to get on and play when you're ready to leave. Timing sucks in this world. And it's just one of those things that it made me realize that my wife and I doing things just mainly us and not really checking in with anybody is just a smarter route for the direction of the content than because you'll spend 2 hours, if not more. Hey, we're going to be around this. Okay. He said he'll be around this time. Hey, you're going to be, he's running late. He'll be right there. All right. So he's going to be like, no, I'm so far past that. I'm getting too old for that. So I just said, we're going to be changing the direction of this shit.
Maybe we should go to town and turn in our stuff because my inventory is full and my drop storage is almost at full. Or do you want to keep hanging out here?
I say handle your inventory here. I would start with the stuff that you want to put into storage. I'd rather stick with this group for now. Actually, or would you rather go over to PSO2 after the storage?
Probably go to PSO2 after the storage.
You're done grinding here? Okay. So then, if we're going to switch to take the Ryuka device over, then yeah. Careful with your stuff, please. Oh, another Vitalia armor. Wow. Be careful. I don't like talking to my inventory in case anybody's ever wondering why it gets quiet. Sometimes I will, but most of the time I think the inventory deserves like a minute. And my drop stores is pretty bulky. I feel like they drop more perm swords. All right, inventory's looking good. Holy shit, that's your drop storage? Character storage. Why were you keeping that Zevia dagger anyway?
Because I wasn't sure what I had or what I could possibly use it for, so I was just throwing it in there to save.
And how many of those things do you have? The portal things. B triggers. Oh, you were just looking at them. Things that we go to the portals to. You were on them until you started the daddling with the buttons. It was like the first thing. That's our PSO2 weapons. You do know that, right? Here's my advice. Back out and go back in. Now go over to your base inventory, which will be to the left from that section. There they are on the bottom. The B trigger AEL yellow and the B trigger AEL purples. The portal things. That being said, are those all of them, or do you have more in your storage?
No, that's all of them. I only keep them in one place.
That's dangerous. That's a dangerous place. I'm not saying take them. I'm just saying it's... What section do they go in? I want to see mine. Hold on, how the hell do you have so little? Sell those by mistake too?
No, only they're random drops. We've gone over this. Like, they don't always drop for you. Those are the amount that I've had. I used to have like 10, and now I have 27 on one and 13 on the other.
I always remember you having something in the 20s for the yellows.
Yeah, I have 27.
Right, but I remember that like from the last time we used them.
Okay, I don't know what you want me to tell you. The only thing you can do is sell them or used them. And I haven't done either because otherwise I would have sold all those.
Enemy presence detected. Please be careful.
So, how are things? So, how are things?
Which quest are you up for?
Completely unacceptable, no matter the circumstances.
Even for the source, she's too strong!
On the contrary, this is exactly what we should have expected. In fact, I dare say we should be proud.
Care to explain why you seem so pleased with yourself?
Because she is the finest vessel I have ever created. Why wouldn't I be happy to have irrefutable proof of that? She has nothing but disdain for us Dark Falls, and can even contend with our host. I must say, even I'm impressed with my work.
Oh, can it? Now's hardly the time for sitting around with our thumbs up our asses. We gotta come up with a plan here.
You really don't get it, do you? We've played our hand. To resist now would be futile. I told you earlier, didn't I? That thing is the profound darkness itself. It is the source of all of our power. No life form can succumb to its own poison. That's what it comes down to.
So what now, huh? Are we just completely useless at this point?
So what now, Are we just completely done for at this point?
Not exactly. Not as long as we are still with our host. Had she taken our power for herself, the world would already be beyond salvation. That is to say, just by being here, we are in fact playing a non-trivial role. We still count for something.
Say what you want, but I still think this is all your fault. You made this monstrosity.
Though I don't dispute that I bear some blame, following the ultimate chain of cause and effect here is hardly meaningful now. If I could do things over again, I should like to avoid ever having met Xion. Had I not, everything would be different. The Photoners, and Arcs, of course, would never have come to be.
What would be so bad about that? I was born before you met Xion, after all.
Yeah? What's the problem? I would still be born as long as Florent exists.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You're just overthinking it. There's nothing we can do.
Thinking won't help. There's nothing we can do.
Photon energy exists in tandem with the Akashic records. As long as there exists photon energy, so too shall the profound darkness. If you really want to destroy it forever, the only option is to banish the profound darkness to a world without photons.
A world with no Akashic records. Where are we going to find some place like that?
How should I know? Even the Photoners of old never found such a realm.
That one's a photoner, the root of Ark's might. And she's the original profound darkness, the source from which the Darkfall's powers flow. In other words, neither of those powers can even come close to touching her. Therefore, to defeat her, we need something else entirely. A power whose source lies elsewhere. That is precisely why you and I are here. It was the Akashic Record's final wish. Shion's final wish.
Seems you've taken quite the beating. I had a few errands to run, but you seem to be facing some pressing concerns yourselves.
What happened?
I don't know, or don't try to move yet.
I don't know.
No, I'll be alright. But we need to treat Tsukunahime, Kotoshiro, and fast.
I'm glad to see you're all right. I'm sorry I've been out of touch. Things have gotten, well, pretty far out of hand. The Photoner's onslaught is underway. We've never dealt with anything quite like this before. They mean to crush us in one blow.
Tamahime, should you really be here? Why shouldn't I be? With Haruka-tan in such disarray, Kotoshiro must be overwhelmed. Did you forget, Matoi? This is only a projection. I'm still physically in Haruka-tan. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, is your physical body doing okay? And what about Kotoshiro? Worry not. We've sustained some injuries, but nothing too grave.
Are things in Haruka-tan, or is the spirit realm okay?
How are things?
Those so-called Photoner troops are still ravaging the corporeal realm. I'm most concerned about protecting my people. The ones in the spirit realm are safe in any case. Shiva's wrath is directed squarely at your people now. But if she switches her focus to Haruka-tan, we are surely doomed. That is why cooperating with you is my most prudent course of action. Do not worry about the people of Haruka-tan. For now, just focus on what you can do for your own. Right, you got it. It's your friendly neighborhood informant, Patty, with a nose for the news that you want to hear. A nose for news? More like a nose that's always stuck in other people's business. Oh, hey, Tia here. I tried to look super energetic doing that intro, but I don't think it worked. Huh. You seemed like your usual annoying, bubbly self, so I didn't notice. Cut me some slack, Tia. I'm running on empty here. You're not the only one. Everyone's exhausted. But the ops on the front lines have it a lot worse than us. We have Shiva and her squadron to blame for all of this. Fighting them off is really taking its toll. Well, thanks to everyone's efforts and the AIS firing on all cylinders, we're holding our own out there. They're just way too powerful, and they keep on coming. It's like they suck up all of our photons so we can't even make a dent. There's gotta be a juicy nugget of info out there that will tell us how to knock Shiva off her stupid throne. Even supposing there was, it'd be our job to search for it. Info that'll help us take out Shiva. Wait a second. Maybe, just maybe... Yes! I've got the scoop of the century! Boom! The perfect strategy to take out Shiva! Huh. Whatever it is, it's news to me. I'm not expecting much, but let's hear it. Expect the world, sis. I've experienced this firsthand and confirmed that it works. Really? So you actually have something viable? What kind of strategy are we looking at? I like to call it the supreme tickle tactic. Oh, you're such an idiot. I tried it on Rora, since she's a photoner like Shiva, and it worked wonders. So, genius, how do you plan on tickling Shiva? You need an AIS to get close enough. Boom! That's it! If we push forward with an AIS, we can get close enough to tickle her! I'll just have Ludmilla modify one. We'll give it lots of limbs like a crab or something. This will be the ultimate ARC's weapon! AIS Patty Custom. Now, answer me this. What do you suppose its primary feature will be?
Either its ability to tickle enemies or looking like a crab.
Looking like a crab?
Yes, that's right. Its resemblance to a crab is a crucial aspect of... Wait, that's just silly. Anyway, it's a foolproof way to defeat Shiva. Now that we're in agreement, I have to ask Ludmilla to get one modified right away. That's never gonna work. Ugh. I'm going to. If there's anything I can do as an ARC's informant, I'll do it. Hey! Wait up, you dummy!
Oh, it's you. Still in one piece? I came here upon sensing a great presence. Shiva, you called her? She's more powerful than I could have imagined. That look in her eyes when she blocked my surprise attack. There was no human spirit in them. I couldn't even sense a will to fight. We humans must be too trivial for her to regard with any sort of emotion. And yet, whether her heart is in it or not, her strength is too overwhelming for us. Can you imagine what sort of havoc she would wreak if she did have the will to fight? Just once, I'd like to see it. To confront her with her true spirit on display.
My masterpiece, the Emerald Tablet, has spread its wings and made my wildest fantasies a reality. Hardly any time has passed since it left my control, yet it seemed so long ago. I, Hagito Ani, renowned hero of the modern world, have amassed great wealth and prestige thanks to my rare talents and genius mind. My company will only continue to grow as time marches on, propelling my name to even greater heights. And yet, it's all so pointless. My soul still longs for something more. Something like the overwhelming rush of fulfillment I experienced when my masterpiece finally spread its wings. This time, I will achieve something unimaginable, and I will do it with my own two hands.
I was trying to check up on Earth's status, but Haggith was all alone there, wasn't he? I could have sworn he was talking to someone.
All alone on the whole planet?
I hope he doesn't start causing trouble again. Anyway, looks like Earth's doing just fine.
Charlotte, you can stop now. I am fully aware of that intense love you have for me. 120% clear. So just calm down. Charlotte, I need you to relax. You fully convinced me of your love. Go frolic with Katarine and the other... Ow! All of my darling babies. Hello, mon ami. What a rare treat to meet you. Charlotte, calm down, you. Mon ami is here, so everything is fine. Allow me the pleasure of introducing you to my darling Redoran, mon ami. I call her Charlotte. She has a jealous streak. Redurans tend to be belligerent, as is Charlotte all the more so. She often gets into squabbles with my other darlings because of that. Her love for me is just too deep, I'm afraid. I must say, I'm completely entranced by her magnificent passion. Charlotte, what's the matter, my dear? Don't glare at mon ami like that. Charlotte, how dare you attack mon ami like that? I see. Are you envious of our intimate relationship? I'm terribly sorry about that, mon ami, but the way you blocked her attacks was just a thing of beauty. That's enough, Charlotte. Come back to me. Charlotte, you seem to be glaring at mon ami again.
You're pretty tough, or keep up the good work.
You're pretty tough.
Yes, of course. Charlotte, you're trying to get stronger, all for my sake. But you don't need to push yourself, darling. I love you just the way you are. You're so faithful and... as passionate as ever, I see. Oh, yes, Charlotte. Hit me with everything you have. I welcome every expression of your love.
Good God.
Let's start with a quick debriefing. Thanks to Sukuna Hime's help, we were able to take down Mitra, one of the Photoners. That's a significant win for us.
Spare us the empty consolation, boy. We've been outfoxed. She wasn't our real target.
Empty? Not quite. We've proved that if we can just seal their powers, we can defeat them. I suspect there's a correlation between us being in the know and Shiva's execution of this massive attack. When they attacked by teleporting in, we can predict and detect it. They're trying to overwhelm us before we can get our defenses up.
Honestly, we're not really in a position to put up a fight. We're deploying more advanced AIS units, so we should be able to hold our ground. But if Shiva herself shows up, there's not much we can do. Huey's buying us some time by leading ARC's forces in a tactical retreat. But who knows how long they'll hold. Would that I could offer our help, but with its seal broken, we're stretched thin just keeping Magatsu from breaking loose. As it is, ARCS is assisting us in driving it back. What a pitiful state of affairs. Tamihime.
You should focus on treating your own wounds first and foremost, Sukuna Hime.
Understood. Send word at the first sign of movement.
Apologies for the delay, but I do believe greetings are in order. Pleased to meet you, Phaelake.
There's no need for such ceremony. I have sensed the peril ARCS faces firsthand.
Shiva, you mean?
She made facing you all look like child's play. She even adapted to my attacks. Instantly, might I add. She strikes with overwhelming force and gives herself space to read the situation carefully. Overcoming that will take some creative thinking. Which is precisely what will make it such an absolute thrill.
Phaelake? Why exactly did you come here?
Two simple reasons. First, to find the source of an incredible aura I sensed. Second, to find the source of the ominous atmosphere I felt snaking its tendrils over Earth. And lo and behold, I believe I have indeed encountered a two birds with one stone scenario in the flesh.
We're getting an emergency transmission from Earth. It's Inga.
Put him through, Sierra.
Guardian, Sierra, wish we could chat under less pressing circumstances. I know you got your own crap to deal with, but we got a crisis brewing here. Monsters are attacking us, and they're not phantasms.
Are those photoner forces? What are they doing on Earth?
This Shiva entity sent them, most likely. Or rather, has been sending them, aiming to crush every world at once. I will take my leave here and hurry back. Handling this alone seems a bit beyond them, or feel.
Things are bad here. But we can't just sit back and let Earth suffer. You're the most knowledgeable one here when it comes to Earth. Mind checking to see how things stand and report back?
Gotcha!
Good grief. To think this had to happen right as we were about to go check up on Earth.
Just when we were finally getting to see each other again.
Go!
This bitch!
Apologies, Lena. We didn't mean to drag you into it.
And that's all water under the bridge now. Especially now. We've got company!
Understood. But at least we made it in time. With the strongest reinforcements available.
Wait, is that you?
Your aid's appreciated.
me a sec. I don't know why the audio's stuttering over there. Really? I got down from that? I didn't even know that could happen. Really? There's no res from you guys? I guess not.
Got you!
I gotta be more careful when I get hit here. I'm getting distracted by a little glitch before. It's literally happening again. I don't know what the fuck it is.
isn't gonna stop me.
That guy's just trying to figure out what in the hell was going on here. That is fucking bizarre. no idea what that was or is, or if it's even resolved. I don't think it is. The system might just need a reboot, which I don't want to do and end the stream. But that's definitely a different kind of issue there. But we'll see. Could have been an anomaly, maybe something. The background, I have no idea. It seems clean. I didn't change anything. We were here this whole time.
Sometimes things just like to act up for the hell of it.
Yeah, like I hear it right now, like without even going far. I hear like what, like a stutter or something. Maybe that video thing before was some sort of weird MacGuffin. Seems okay now.
We were struggling quite a bit, but you managed to make quick work of them. We should be able to push them back.
Don't go off on your own.
What?
Not today! Sorry I took so long, Rena.
It's Suki!
Who?
Try not to be too rash. I seem to remember someone telling me that Lone Wolf
Oh, yeah, right.
good Arcs operative.
I know that. Thank you. And you too.
Has everyone been evacuated, Itsuki?
You bet. Everyone's safe and sound, which is why I'm here to help.
You read me?
Appreciate you dropping in. Hate to ask, but could you do us one more favor? The Math Nerd and I are holding down the city area, but there's a slew of hostiles headed for the school. Go stop them.
Don't worry about it. We can handle this area.
Itsuki is correct. Thanks to you, we now know the best way to fight them.
You have people to save, right? Go on! Don't leave them waiting!
With that said, listen, you two. This foe is quite the handful, even for Arcs. If you wish to retreat, now is our last chance.
I think we're well past that point, Suzuki. We've gone toe-to-toe with Dark Falls together. Remember?
Rena is right. We can't just stick our heads in the sand when there's something we can do to help. Let's go. Planet Earth, no. Our home is counting on us. Math Nerd, that way.
Watch who you're calling a nerd. Lapis, Maxwell. I finally get back from the United States, and this is what is waiting for me? I'm 200% over this. Looks like Full and Aerotron have things under control. You should head to school.
The Guardian to take care of things there. No, I doubt there'd be any scraps left for us now. And besides, these assholes seem like they still haven't had enough.
I swear, everyone just wants 100% of a piece of our pie.
Thanks, Hitsuki! Don't mention it. Well, not yet, anyway. This isn't over. Well, like it or not, we need to be the defenders here. Otherwise, we'd be letting our god down. Yes, you're right. It's you! You're here! What a relief!
You two alright?
Yeah, I could go with it.
Yes, thank you. Hitsuki, Cory, sorry to interrupt the reunion, but we'll have to save the sentiments for later. Enemy forces coming in from above. Lots of them. Hitsuki! Right. Lend us a hand, won't you?
We are currently preparing to call on all ARC's ops to participate in a large-scale enemy suppression operation. The target is the corrupted former mothership.
Deal. Those beams mean business, I'm assuming. Yep. That's what's fucking us up. Don't get hit by those beams. They're more dangerous
Stay on
than
the
the enemies.
sidewalk area, and you'll be safe.
They come to the sidewalk. Can they be destroyed? Nope. This is all about avoidance. They are really dangerous. Oh wow, they're gonna keep us fighting in this chaos, huh? Oh, they wow. What a fucking terrible place this is. Gotta heal.
Yeah, I can only heal with the spell.
Wow. Holy shit. This is absolutely batshit crazy. And I'm dead. That's too much. I don't see how the hell Hitsugi doesn't get killed in that. That's insane. Yep, that's a nightmare, alright. And if you get killed, you go all the way back, by the way. There is no midpoint for this. And these fucking things hit hard. As much as I'm against feeding my mag between missions, if it's hungry, this is like literally an emergency. This is definitely one of the harder checkpoints.
Looks like you finished off that first wave, but I'm picking up more of the same signals above you.
Still coming, huh? Tenacious little sons of...
I've received a briefing on the situation from Failing. Allow me to help eradicate these invaders.
Haggith? Piss off, old-timer. We're busy.
Just as cocky as ever, aren't you? Let's see if this changes your tune. Off you go, my Emerald Tablet number 2. Give it all you've got.
Whoa! Picking up a massive phantasm. It's flying through the air. This is ridiculous.
The way they're not pulling punches in this shit has final mission vibes.
Hey, is it really that surprising? It's only my Yamato. Would you expect anything less?
I don't know what to expect.
Am I wrong in remembering this?
Jesus Christ.
Wait, he just treated the first one as a prequel and went ahead and made a new one?
People who really believe they're capable of anything can sometimes be mind-blowingly strong.
Sounds like someone's trying to cover her ass.
Can it?
Main and secondary batteries, take aim! Fire!
This makes absolutely no sense. But in a fight like this, having this much firepower is a blessing.
Precisely. Right now, numbers are what we need. Principles can come after we finish using everything at our disposal.
No, let us handle this. We'll take care of whatever pressing matters are at hand. And maybe it is something not here on this world.
Galen's right. We'll take care of things here.
There's gotta be something out there making these guys come knocking on the door, right? Consider your job shutting that down. It probably doesn't sound convincing coming from the what's-his-asses you just had to say, but we got this. And don't forget, we got someone on our side capable of beating the crap out of a god. How are we supposed to face him if we lose to this gang of slobbering trash?
Enga is right. Don't worry. We'll take care of Earth. We might not handle it as easily as you. But we'll come together and do our best. You do the same.
Yeah, Stasis got through that a hell of a lot faster than I did.
Let me tell you, it was not easy. I had absolutely no heals, and all I had was that little healing spell through this whole thing.
This is coming off like very close to end game shit with the way that they're attacking us. Even though you guys saw it already, I guess I have no choice but to switch to my own character so that I don't just leave you sitting on a blank screen.
Emergency mission alert. Large-scale deployment operation in progress. All ARCS ops, report to the quest counter to join the mission.
Yep, that's how far behind I am.
I seem to remember someone telling me that lone wolves don't make good ARCS operatives.
I know that. Thank you. And you too.
That thing was a pain in the ass, and it was brutal, not for nothing.
I don't know. This is gonna be harder for me because my stats as a tech are lower than her as a hunter. I'm all about healing and buffing people.
Everyone's safe and sound, which is why I'm
A laser hitting me like that is like cutting me damn near in half.
Appreciate you dropping in. Hate to ask, but could you do us one more favor? The math nerd and I are holding down the city area, but there's a slew of hostiles headed for the school.
All the characters are here. They brought all our friends.
Yeah, man, they were like, when our powers combine, we need to take care of this shit.
We can handle this area.
Itsuki is correct. Thanks to you, we now know the best way to fight them.
You have people to save, right? Go on! Don't leave them waiting!
With that said, listen, you two. This foe is quite the handful, even for ARCS. If you wish to retreat, now is our last chance.
I think we're well past that point, Suzuki. We've gone toe-to-toe with Dark Falls together. Remember?
Rena is right. We can't just stick our heads in the sand when there's something we can do to help. Let's go. Planet Earth, no. Our home is counting on us.
The issue's gonna come when those lasers come out, man.
So when the lasers that zoom down and then stretch out like a carousel. Yeah, what you're gonna want to do is when you see it beam down, run out and run around.
Right. No.
Don't stay near it.
Oh yeah, I know. I must avoid it at all costs. All good tips, trust me.
No, I mean I just run outside really far away where it can't, like as little possible it can reach me, and I have as much room to like zip back and forth between the space of it. Is what I was doing.
Okay.
I was just saying that's what I tried my best to do because that thing fucked me up quite a lot.
I swear, everyone just wants 100% of a piece of our pie.
Thanks, Hitsuki! Don't mention it. Well, not yet, anyway. This isn't over. Well, like it or not, we need to be the defenders here. Otherwise, we'd be letting our god down. Yes, you're right. It's you! You're here! What a relief! Yes, thank you. Hitsugi, Cory, sorry to interrupt the reunion, but we'll have to save the sentiments for later. Enemy forces coming in from above. Lots of them. Hitsugi! Right. Lend us a hand, won't you?
How about you guys lend me a hand?
They don't lend the hand a shit.
See, it starts me with my other stats, you know, like. Holy. See that?
Also, to avoid those things, I try to stay in the air and hit as much as possible.
Yeah, that's the general plan, but this gets worse and worse.
Yeah, I know.
I think the best thing to do is to stay healed at all times, because these things take a severe. If you think they take a bad amount of power from you, it practically kills me in one hit. I just have to be smarter with my timing. See this? Okay. Get as much in on them as possible. Jesus Christ. Can't cast? Oh, I was about to say, Jesus. still hits even when you crawl the side of it like that.
Go for the red crystals.
What?
You're gonna want to go for the red crystals on each side. Yeah, run out. See those lit up crystals on the white side? You gotta hit all of those and break them.
Okay.
Then it'll help you target the middle.
All right. Good lord.
Nice job.
That was rough. They got aggressive in this chapter.
Looks like you finished off that first wave. But I'm picking up more of the same signals above you.
Still coming, huh? Tenacious little sons of...
I've received a briefing on the situation from Failing. Allow me to help eradicate these invaders.
Why?
Haggith? Piss off, old timer. We're busy.
Just as cocky as ever, aren't you? Let's see if this changes your tune. Off you go, my Emerald Tablet number 2. Give it all you've got.
The hell's that?
Whoa! Picking up a massive phantasm. It's flying through the air. This is ridiculous.
Hey, is it really that surprising? It's only my Yamato. Would you expect anything less?
I don't know what to expect.
Am I wrong in remembering this guy's avatar arms were out of control?
Wait, he just treated the first one as a prequel and went ahead and made a new one?
People who really believe they're capable of anything can sometimes be mind-blowingly strong.
Sounds like someone's trying to cover her ass.
Can it? Main and secondary batteries, take aim! Fire!
Of all the people to save Earth.
I was so thrown off when I saw him pop out. I was like, did he become part of the bad guys?
This makes absolutely no sense. But in a fight like this, having this much firepower is a blessing.
Precisely. Right now, numbers are low. Principles can come after we finish using everything at our disposal.
Let us handle this. We'll take care of whatever pressing matters are at hand. Imagine it is something not here on this world.
Felix right. We'll take care of things here.
There's gotta be something out there making these guys get lucky here, don't right? Consider your job shutting that down. It probably doesn't sound convincing coming from the ones whose asses you just have to say, but we got this. And don't forget, we got someone on our side capable of beating the crap out of God. How are we supposed to face him if we lose to this gang of slobbering trash?
Yeah, you tell him, Anga.
He's right. Don't worry. We'll take care of Earth. We might not handle it as smoothly as you, but we'll come together and do our best. You do the same.
That was brutal, boy. Holy shit.
It was a pain in the arse.
And here's your 1,000 Meseta. Now fuck off with you. Or Elder form Luthor, Apprentice, and Gemini forms earned XP, but still. Damn. That happened. I don't even know what to say after that shit. I'll say it's definitely time for a drink refill break. Because damn. Yes, sec here. Guys, we're still in intermission here, but I'm seated by the mic. That's crazy, man. That is aggressive shit here. I don't know how long this is. This is one of the hardest but most entertaining campaigns I've ever played in my entire life, I have to say. Like, when they made this, they really weren't just screwing around. Like, I can tell the difference between, like, when people make games and it's like, here's your game, and they just fart it out and there's a few scenes here and there. And when someone, like, genuinely had, like, a vision of what the characters were going to be, like, what they would say, what they would do, where they would live, and what the world and shit is, like, they actually cared. So that makes me care. Because most of the games I play, I like streaming and just making stuff, but I don't really care too much. Most of the time, I don't give a shit about what happens. With this, I do. That's really cool. Kudos to them. It brings back down to earth that just the stuff that they put into most current games sucks. It's not that I used to think, maybe I just think, no, most current games suck. They don't put as much effort as what we're seeing here. It's like fantastic levels of effort. Can't praise enough the level of effort that goes into this when I compare it to literally anything else that tried to be anything else. That tried to charge anything else. I really feel that this generation, there's not like a silver medal to this. It's a combination of how good this is and a bit of how bad everything else is. It's one of those things where it's like, I give this the gold medal, and out of respect for the gold medal, I won't give out a silver. To give a silver would be insulting to the gold at this point, because the silver would far so much further than the gold, and it's just like, there's not even a point in there being a second place. It's kind of like if I gave a punching contest and it was like, all right, first place goes to Superman. And second place, Tyson Fury.
I guess good choices.
Good choices, but there's such a power scale that it's kind of like, at second place's point, is it really still second place? Like he's strong and everything, but ask him if he wants to get punched by a fucking Kryptonian.
I think once you're going that far, you're getting a little bit too out of context with the two power levels.
Right. And that's where PSO is for me. Out of context with the two power levels. The second being something else. And that's why I don't even bother. She literally solidified my point. That's exactly why I use that metaphor. Because at that point, second place is just so far from first, and the scale is just so different that when people ask me what my favorite game is, I can't give a second anymore. Not this gen. Yeah, definitely not this gen.
Thank you. We have a clear picture of what's happening on Earth now. Seems we don't have the luxury of taking our time.
The Earthlings are doing all they can, but unless we take out Shiva, everything will be for naught.
There's just one task we need to focus on. Sealing Shiva's powers and defeating her.
Even so, that's easier said than done. She must know what we're doing for the most part. There's no way we could lure her into a trap, is there?
Our powers of calculation are about even. So if we know what she's doing, I'm sure we're an open book to her too.
Is there a way we could concoct a strategy that would work, even if she knew what we were doing?
Like making a big trap or like wrapping her up in the trap? Same thing.
Wrap it up.
It might work if we could set a trap as wide as all of space. But... it took a long time just to prepare that localized single-planet barrier when we were getting Matoy back. I can't even fathom how long it would take to set up a trap the size of space itself. As big as space itself? What if space itself happened to be the trap? Maybe if we did this, or that. Think back, you two. We do have a way of manipulating the entirety of space, don't we? Huh? Oh!
The Akashic Records or Omega?
The Akashic Records?
Exactly. What you did on Omega influenced the Akashic Records.
And changes in the records propagated through all of space. So we could use Omega to set up a barrier as wide as the universe. Meaning, however powerful Shiva might be, she wouldn't have anywhere to run. Sierra, call Risa, quickly. If we're going to mess with Omega, we'll need help from Harriet.
Roger!
In the meantime, I have to calculate our chances along with what kinds of effects may arise. Alma, would you lend me a hand?
Sure! 2 even! What should we do, Xiao?
You two? Let's see. Why not start with a medical checkup?
What did we do to deserve this?
This isn't some kind of punishment, Matoy. It's a perfectly normal procedure. What I'm wondering is, how could you run all around like that with such extensive injuries?
I'm sorry.
You need to get some rest until your wounds heal, Matoy. Stay far away from conflicts of any kind. And you, what were you thinking? Running off to Earth before the dust from the battle even settled? Yes, I know full well how urgent it was. But as your caretaker, I have every right to complain. Listen carefully, Guardians. If you get injured, you report to me right away. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Well. Sounds like someone got quite the scolding. Why not think of this as just taking a hard-earned rest, Matoy? Oh, Risa, I didn't know you'd come back. Let me tell you, fighting on the front lines when you're outnumbered is so fun, it just stings.
Risa came back from the battlefield at my request. I suppose I ought to be present for getting Omega involved.
Oh, is that you, Harriet? After all this time, it still shocks me to hear you in there.
Could you talk like Risa, Harriet, or you'll have to get used to it, Matoy?
You'll have to get used to it, Matoy.
Indeed. I'm sure this would be easier to swallow if Risa spoke a bit less eccentrically. But here we are.
Well now! How dare you! There's nothing odd about how I speak. It's perfectly normal. For me.
There you have it. Anyway, moving on. Can you head to the bridge? If we're headed for Omega, we need Alma's help.
According to my calculations, deploying the barrier through Omega has a high probability of success. So, will you do it?
Alone what, by myself? Not, it goes without saying.
As a former denizen, I will accompany you. Allow me to take the lead.
Look out, Omega! Here I come, at long last! That's all well and good, Harriet, but can Risa even go?
Her bond with me will let her. As a divine being of Omega, I imagine I could simply go on my own, but...
I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of fight the baddies on Omega put up. I'm thrilled, stoked, pumped even!
I cannot simply dismiss my host's wishes. Very well. She will serve as my guard.
I certainly hope she won't need to do any guarding. Oh, well, I guess I'll go too.
Didn't they just tell you can't go?
Sorry, Second. You'll be here helping me send them over to Omega.
Under the circumstances, we can't risk having both Guardians away at once. Besides, I believe you were ordered to get some rest. I understand how you feel, but we need you to sit this one out.
I'll be back before you know it. Take care of things here.
Take care of things here.
Alright. I understand. Be careful over there.
Don't want her to feel helpless.
Sierra, can you go to Omega?
Useless.
Well, things have been changing pretty rapidly over there, haven't they? Will I even be able to play Navigator for them?
It's alright. Omega remains largely the same as the world the Guardians knew. Since I am a being of Omega, my presence here in this world has synchronized the flow of time between the two.
In that case, my concern has more to do with the fact that you're asking me to go back to a world with Maggie in charge.
Now, I'm sure Margareta has things well under control. Most likely.
She had such uncertainty with the last part.
Really? That was the end of episode 6, chapter 5?
The large-scale operation has ended. Thank you for your support.
Well, hello there! Are you, by any chance, the Ash Maiden of this planet? I've never shot an Ash Maiden before,
So, you wanna be my guinea pig? Plan.
What's this? Looks like another tough customer. Hey you! Did you come here for a friendly visit, or just to make trouble? Well?
Oh, do stop, Risa. It's not nice to be rude. I apologize. Risa can be a little uncouth sometimes.
First, you sound like you're trying to pick a fight. And now you flat out apologize. Something doesn't add up here. Spit it out. I see. I get it. However, if you hear about the barrier, everything's already been conveyed to Shao. You'll have to ask him if you want to know more.
Not a problem. We can probably learn more by asking directly than we could through hearsay anyway. In any case, I wish to do everything that I can.
I agree with what Harriet is saying. There's no such thing as doing too much after all. What's more, failing because I couldn't even be bothered to put in a little token effort. That's just not my style.
Well, this is a conundrum. I suppose I can talk a little, but you must agree to my conditions first.
Of course. You name it, we'll do it.
Once it's all over, will you fill me in on all the juicy details? We can even have a little tea party. Enjoy a slow afternoon surrounded by flowers.
I have no interest in tea. I am, however, exceptionally interested in shooting ash maidens.
You certainly have a stubborn side to you. Perhaps we can look forward to our tea party featuring a sort of sideshow.
I knew you would understand, Your Holiness. I am definitely looking forward to this.
Lady Sukunahime, it may be best if you don't say anything too careless. Risa is very serious about shooting you.
Ha! I'm the Ash Maiden. If you think you can shoot me that easily, step right up. But more importantly, what about you? If you return alive from this battle, would you be so kind as to share a few tales from your travels?
Understood. We accept your conditions. We will return alive, and would be honored to attend your tea party.
Excellent. You won't forget.
And don't you dare forget that you promised to let me shoot you, too. I mean, even if you forget, I'll still shoot you.
Yes, we get it. Just don't forget to come to our tea party should you return. I will be expecting you. Okay now, about that barrier. I'll start from the beginning. Confirming arrival on Omega. We're on an open plain in southern Cuento. And there's suddenly a battle going on!
Now this looks like a good time. So, which side should I shoot?
Stop! Look carefully! Don't you see that they're fighting?
Those are photon weapons.
Oh my. Seems like the baddies have covered far more ground than we have.
First things first, we need to hear from Margareta. To me, everyone!
Fleeting winds, I bid thee come. Exit!
What do I do? What do I do? This wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. I just need more man and woman power. Well, god power would be ideal, but I'd even settle for fairy power at this point. Somebody, somehow, just help me, please. Whoa, who's there? Margareta! Harriet? Oh, you're finally back! The Guardian and the Fairy too? And even some scary lady? Oh, I have a sinking feeling things are about to get even more complicated.
I appreciate how quickly you catch on. But first, Margareta, what's happening here? Where did your opponents here come from?
The lake. From the Black Cocoon. It's a good thing we left some fortresses behind from our battle with Elmir. Oh, and we've already evacuated all the people who live around here. No need to worry about them. Now it's my turn to ask questions. What is that? How's it related to you? I see. So, in the Guardian's world, a supreme evil being is doing bad stuff, and everyone's having a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. And now you've gone and dragged us into it. Well, hurry up and wipe the floor with that supreme evil lady.
That'd be a great idea. If it were anywhere close to being that easy, Maggie. Anyway, I wasn't expecting to see photoner weapons all the way here in Omega.
Oh gosh, goodness gracious! Isn't it obvious? Omega's basically a glimpse inside the Akashic Records. We shouldn't be surprised to see it mimicking our home world. It'd be weirder if we didn't see that inside the memory of the universe.
So, since the passage of time here is now anchored to time on Oracle's side, the effects are showing up in real time too? Does that mean that Omega's basically replaying the history of what happens in Oracle's universe?
I'm glad you're all enjoying this nonsense, but more to the point, we have to wall up your supreme evil, or our collective goose will be cooked too. No?
You kind of glossed over any semblance of nuance there, but yes, essentially.
Regardless of whether we signed up for this mess, at least we've got a common cause. So, what's the plan?
Harriet's out there right this second, getting things ready so we can get to work.
Hello again, everyone.
Welcome back, Harriet. How'd it go?
I was able to get hold of 5 of the 6 anima threads binding this world together. But even with all my power, I cannot meddle with the final one. It appears we'll need to go there directly and drive a linchpin into the ground.
I have a bad feeling about this.
What a coincidence, Fairy. I was just thinking the same thing.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
It's just as you suspect. That hive of evil. The place where the black cocoon emerged. Elmir twisted it to suit his own ends, because it was at the heart of the anima thread, and was built as a place of healing. He wanted that power. And yet, it remains off limits, even to a person with my divine authority.
We Which means that we have to get the enemies out of the way ourselves so that we can reach the center, right?
We just finished doing exactly that.
Plunging into a sea of baddies, are we? Cannonball! Does this mean what I think, hope, and pray it means? Do I really get to pop clip after clip after clip into baddie after baddie after baddie? Oh, I can't wait one single solitary second. It's time for the slaughter show, and we'll have the best seats in the house.
Hey, Fairy, she's, on our side, right? She's not going to suddenly decide she wants to shoot us instead, is she? Well... If you're trying to make me more nervous, it's working!
Oh, you don't need to worry. What's a stray bullet or three between friends, am I right?
It's not a stray bullet, and we're not friends if you're doing it on purpose, for the record. Now I'm even more freaked out. I should have just called the Sword Maiden back from Wayland. Okay, deep breaths. If it must be done, then so be it. Her Holiness the Divine Queen rides now! Make ready! Speaking of which, look, Maggie. Isn't this place the original Quento Castle? What happened to the Epic Palace? Huh? The palace is where I live. It was made specially for me, after all. I see. So that means we're coming to Quento Castle just to relax, then? Well, yes. This is also my castle. What? What do you mean? I am the divine queen of the sacred magical kingdom of Epiquento. Is it so hard to believe? For someone like me, having a castle and a palace is the bare minimum. Maggie, since annexing Quento, you've definitely turned the vanity dial up a notch. Well, it's your prerogative. Cut it out, would you? It's my kingdom, so it goes without saying that the castle and everything in it is mine. So, what are you going to do about moving it? It's a pretty long distance, right? With the power of the Sword Maiden, we'll have it taken care of lickety-split. Use that ancient power for something so trivial? I don't really know much about the Crimson Fellworm or whatever, but if we don't use her power, the castle will be useless anyway. It's nice that Elise has been so forgiving. Well, even though the two kingdoms are now one, culturally and environmentally, they're completely different. When you suddenly merge the two, you expect there to be some disruption, even among the common citizenry. That's why I've been going back and forth between the two to hear what everyone has to say. It's the most prudent course of action. The Sword Maiden knows that, and has been kind enough to lend a hand. Well, you do have a point there. You aren't starting to actually respect a scoundrel like me, are you? Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Maggie, you really are starting to act like a real ruler of a real kingdom. And you are starting to act like a real pain in the rear! So, Harriet, just to make sure, the place all those enemies are swarming out of is the place we want, right?
Right. That is where the heart of the anima thread lies.
We have a visual on the enemy. They certainly seem to be taking a defensive formation to guard the anima thread.
I suppose we wouldn't have much hope of sneaking through a wide open space like this. Which means our only option seems to be charging it head on!
Do I want to ask why you're so pleased by that idea?
Risa is right. We have no choice but to break through their vanguard. Guardian, would you do the honors?
Movement in the enemy ranks! Looks like they've noticed us!
Alright, heads up! Rise and shine!
Getting overwhelmed here with these guys. A lot of them. Holy crap. Wow, I'm dead. This is ridiculous how fucking hard everything is here. What do you mean am I still up? Oh, not you. Yeah, these areas are life-threatening again. Guess I'm feeding the fucking mag again. I don't know how much of a difference that's making. I don't think it's doing anything because it's not like I used the super. What the hell is Nova Blast? I just learned it. Whatever it is, I don't have access to it. I don't really have a good strategy to get through this. Why did everything... get to that tower part, head straight for the tower and ignore the enemies. The tower's what does the most trouble.
I already took care of that.
What the fuck? I got completely destroyed there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to survive. I guess you can't be standing in that crowd. That is unbelievable. Yeah, you're lucky you got that hunter's instinct thing or whatever. It gives you 1 HP when you're supposed to be dead. That shit is a lifesaver. You can't get hit by those beams on the floor, and this is ridiculous. I'm down again. I don't see what I'm supposed to do here. I really don't. I don't see a realistic fucking way to not get KO'd instantly. Like that was as careful as I could have possibly been. Oh, you bastard, you.
Don't forget to prepare before setting off. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Take care of yourself out there. Which quest are you up for?
Yeah, they have shit that locks onto you forever. This isn't even about health. I have no idea what they want. Yeah, I don't really have any answers right now. We're going to have to regroup and figure it out. Oh, well. What happened to all the Halloween stuff? It's gone?
Yeah, this Halloweenies over.
Now we're just in red alert. Appropriately so. Alright, well. We are wrapping up here until we figure out what the hell to do. And how the hell to get through this. This is a tough one. This might be close to endgame here, but we did make tons of progress. Well, thank you to everyone who has been a part of this. We will be back later on, and on that note, we're out of here.
Good night, everybody. See you later.
Shut it down.